Hi, I'm Ethan from Canada. Please, like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, I lived with my uncle, who loved me like I was his own son, and I adored him too. He owned an auto company, and when I was 5, he took me to a showroom one day and showed me all the beautiful cars he owned. Can I drive this one, Uncle? One day you will, son, as soon as you're tall enough. I wanted to make my uncle proud of me, so I studied hard and always got straight A's. Uncle would be over the moon seeing my results, and he'd tell me that I'd take over his business one day. I was thrilled to hear that, because I loved cars. But suddenly, everything changed in the 5th grade. My uncle introduced me to Giselle, a tall woman with a really long nose.
Aw, you must be the nephew. So cute.
She pinched my cheeks, and when my uncle wasn't looking, she smirked at me. I didn't like her at all, but my uncle seemed to love her, because 2 months later, he married her. Giselle had a son my age, Jeremy, and he was the slowest boy I'd ever met. On his first day of school, Uncle and I were waiting for him to finish eating his cereal, and he took a minute to chew each Fruit Loop. We're gonna be late, can't you chew any faster? He then took the bowl and tried to drink down his cereal, but ended up messing his clothes.
Ethan, look what you made Jeremy do. Now you'll both be so late for school.
How is it my fault? Well, I can't wait any longer, so you take them to school, Giselle. I got to school 2 hours late that day. To make things worse, Jeremy was a real embarrassment. He sat in class with snot running down his nose and didn't even realize it till one of the mean boys in class saw him. Look, everyone, the new guy has some disgusting goo on his face. The entire class burst out laughing. And then Jessica, one of the prettiest and richest girls in the school, handed Jeremy a tissue and frowned at the mean boy.
Why do you always have to be so rude? Leave the poor guy alone.
Later that day, I caught up with Jessica and thanked her for standing up for Jeremy.
I just don't understand mean people. It's so much easier to be kind.
Well, it's not easy for everyone. You're just one of the kindest people around.
Thank you, Ethan.
She kissed my cheek and ran off. I liked her ever since we were little kids. So that kiss gave me butterflies in my tummy. As time went by, I found myself taking care of Jeremy like I was his babysitter, because Giselle kept asking me to help him. Like when we were in the 8th grade, Jeremy was failing his subjects miserably, and every day after school I had to tutor him, which wasn't easy. So when you're breaking down a sum, this is how you do it. Instead of listening to me, he'd be playing on his phone. Yeah. Can we please focus on homework right now? Oh yeah. What were you saying? He was a frustrating student, but I kept trying because I kind of felt sorry for him. Without some help, his future was doomed. But even though I made so much effort with Jeremy, Giselle never appreciated it and was always unpleasant with me. Like once at dinner, when I wanted a second helping of food, she looked at me like a witch.
So greedy. You should feel lucky that you're even eating with us at the same table.
What's that supposed to mean?
You'll see one day.
She would speak in such riddles often, but always when Uncle wasn't around. And then one day in the 10th grade, I came home to the worst news ever. Giselle told me that Uncle had been arrested for fraud. I just didn't believe it. My uncle was no criminal. But apparently he'd been stealing money from his biggest investor, and he was sentenced to jail for 10 years. I wanted to see him, but Giselle said only she had visiting rights as his wife. I was devastated, but Giselle seemed over the moon. Just one day after Uncle's sentence, she invited her friends over and stayed up all night, laughing and dancing to loud music. And just 2 days later, I got back from school to find out she had moved all my stuff to the attic. Why did you do this?
That room was just too big for a boy like you. So Jeremy will be moving in there now.
I'm moving my stuff back.
Listen here, you poor rat. I'm in charge now, and what I say goes.
You're gonna pay for this. She laughed out like a witch, and then suddenly slipped and fell down a couple of stairs on her butt. I told you, you'll pay for this. I made myself comfortable in the attic, but as days passed, things got worse for me. I was no longer allowed to eat at the dinner table or watch TV in the lounge. Giselle fired our butler, saying it was too expensive to pay him. So she gave me and Jeremy chores, but I seemed to be the one doing all of them. Jeremy was still a weird guy, but he wasn't evil like his mom. One day, he brought me some dessert to the attic. I'm really sorry about the way my mom treats you. It's okay, bro. I won't live here forever. When I'm done with school, I'll leave and live my life. Giselle even stopped driving me to school, and Jeremy would roll down his car window and watch me walk till I was left far behind. I knew he felt bad, but I understood he wasn't strong enough to stand up for me. One day in 11th grade, I was walking to school when I noticed an old man fixing some broken down cars, and a sign next to him said that he was looking for a part-time assistant. Can I apply for this job? Oh, and what do you know about cars? Quite a lot. My uncle taught me everything. The old man tested me and was quite impressed by my knowledge. He hired me, and I was so happy because, of course, Giselle had stopped my allowance. One afternoon, he sent me to a rich man's house to fix his Ferrari. It was more like a palace. While I was fixing the car, I started getting hot, so I took off my shirt. Moments later, I heard giggling from behind a wall, and I peeked around and found Jessica there. Jessica, you live here?
Yes, this is my house. You fix cars?
She kept looking at my abs, and I could swear she was blushing slightly. Yeah, this is my part-time job.
Cool. You want to take a break and have a soda with me?
Yeah, that would be cool. I couldn't believe that I was at Jessica's house, hanging out with her. I had given up trying to speak with her ages ago because she was always surrounded by the most popular guys in school.
I don't see you much in school.
Suddenly, she screamed and practically jumped into my arms. What is it?
A lizard!
But that's part of nature, isn't it?
I only love plants, not creepy crawlies.
I laughed, picked up the lizard, and made it crawl away in a different direction. When I turned around, she was standing right behind me, and her face was so close to mine. My heart raced as I looked at her lips. But suddenly her dad called for her. As he saw us coming out of the cottage, he looked at me, sternly. I just couldn't stop thinking about Jessica. The next day when I saw her in school, my heart skipped a beat when she smiled at me. But then all of a sudden, Jeremy came up behind me. Hey, why is Jessica looking at you that way? I don't know, maybe she likes me. When I said that, Jeremy's expression changed. Well, that can't be, because I loved her since the day I joined this school. While Jeremy was talking about his feelings, Jessica suddenly approached me and asked if I'd help her with math during recess. I gladly said yes, but Jeremy glared at me like his mother. When I got home that day, Giselle called me to the living room. Her eyes were blazing.
Jeremy tells me you stole his girlfriend.
Who? Jessica? She's never been his girlfriend.
I hear that your father's very rich. You're thinking of getting your hands on that pot of gold, aren't you?
No, Giselle. Not everyone's a gold digger like you.
How dare you talk to me like that? You're grounded, and I forbid you to see this girl. As long as you live under my roof, you'll live by my rules.
This is not your roof. It's my uncle's. The next day, while I was with Jessica at recess, Jeremy came and told me to take off the shirt I was wearing because he'd given it to me and wanted it back now. I told him to buzz off, and then he pounced on me. But I was way stronger than him and pinned him down. Calm down, dude. This is not who you are. You are not a monster like your mother. Maybe I am. And don't talk about my mother that way. I let him go, and he stormed off furiously.
Hey, are you okay?
I leaned forward and kissed her. Now I think I'll be okay. Jessica and I started seeing each other more often, and I didn't care about how Jeremy and his mother treated me. Soon it was the end of 12th grade, and prom was around the corner. I decided to surprise Jessica by turning up at her place with some flowers and asking her out to prom. But when I got there, I was shocked to find her in the living room with her dad, along with Jeremy and Giselle. What are you guys doing here? The question is, boy, what are you doing here? I'm here to ask my girlfriend to prom, sir. Are you sure you're at the right house? Because my daughter just said yes to being Jeremy's fiancé. I couldn't believe my ears. I looked at Jessica, but she just looked back at me with a frozen face. I need to speak to you alone, Jessica.
There's no need, Ethan. You heard what my father said, and I agree. It's a good match. I think you should go now and leave me alone.
And then her dad had guards throw me out of their house. I was utterly heartbroken. She changed her mind about me because I was poor? As I laid awake that night, the attic door creaked open. It was Jeremy. So, how does it feel, Ethan? You always thought you were better than me, right? But look at me now. I'm the master of this house, and I own the heart of the girl you love. Before I could stop myself, I'd flown at Jeremy and punched his face. I obviously couldn't stay there anymore. So I took my savings and my things and left that very night. The old man I worked for let me stay at his garage for a few months, till I got into university on scholarship and left. A year later, as I was walking out of college campus, I was completely shocked to see Uncle standing outside. Oh my God, you're free! I missed you so much, Uncle! How come you never came to visit me, son? Giselle told me that I wasn't allowed. She was lying. I was in jail because of her. She framed me for fraud and had me thrown in jail. But my lawyers had found proof of her guilt, and soon, she will be behind bars. And so she was. It was the happiest day of my life when she got arrested, and Jeremy was sent off to live with relatives in another city. My uncle and I moved back to our house, and I continued with my engineering degree. And then one day, as I was fixing a car in Uncle's garage, I turned around to see Jessica walk in. Oh, it's you. Can I help you with anything?
Ethan, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're sorry now, because I'm rich.
No, it's not like that. Giselle threatened to do something bad to you if I didn't break up with you. I never meant to be with Jeremy, but I had to do something to drive you away from here.
What? Why didn't you just tell me this?
I was scared. For you.
She started crying, and I wrapped my arms around her and told her it was all over.
So do you think you can give me another chance?
Of course. I've loved you since forever, Jessica. You're the best person I know.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong? Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared. I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind...
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point, and by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream. So it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy was that the best decision ever. The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. but you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it. So tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hiro's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hiro? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hiro,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hiro with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hiro pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hiro skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hiro kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hiro completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hiro nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hiro. Hiro smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hiro because you like him.
Hiro won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hiro, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hiro lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hiro pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food. Oh my God, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point. And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision, and I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't gonna stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby! Hi, I'm Dinah from Sweden, and I've got a story to tell you from many years ago about the weirdest parents ever. I didn't have the internet back then to keep me company, and I was just stuck with them. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew what my dad did for a living, but I knew he was a weirdo and a liar. And Mom, she was worse. We would only leave the house at night and never together. It was either me and Mom or me and Dad, and we never had any visitors. Dad always said it was safer that way, whatever that meant. I used to call myself an only child, although I had a sister. Her name was Maria. She was 2 years older than me, and she never left her room, and I was never allowed to go near her. Whenever I told Mom I wanted to see Maria, she'd get annoyed. How many times do I have to tell you? She doesn't want to see anyone. I knew Mom was a crazy liar. Of course my sister would want to see me. Eventually, I just stopped asking to see Maria. It was useless. Once I started school, my parents told me to even lie about who I was. They gave me a different name to tell everyone, Jane. Now remember, talk less and listen more. In fact, if you could act like you're mute, that would be perfect. Yes, Mom, I'll do exactly that. I only had one friend named Hope, and she was nice and really talkative. Once when we were in 4th grade, she said, "So Jane, why don't you ever talk about your family? You never asked." "Okay, I'm asking now. What's your family like?" "Oh, you won't believe it. They're weirdos. Dad never lets us go outside, and we never have any visitors, except some strange men he brings sometimes. And Mom, she's insane. She does whatever Dad tells her to do. Also, I have a sister, but I kind of don't have a sister. How to explain this? Okay, let me start from the beginning." And I told her every single thing about my weird family. And the next day, Hope was gone. I asked the teacher about her, and she said that she and her family had moved to another city. I was furious. That day, I screamed at my parents and blamed them for sending Hope away. They acted all innocent and said they had nothing to do with it, but I didn't believe them one bit. I didn't talk to them for days, until one night, I sneaked into the lounge and found my parents watching TV. The news channel was showing a picture of my dad with big words on the screen like liar, hypocrite, and fraud. And even worse, my picture and my mom's were also being shown. I knew it! You're an evil man, a criminal. Finally, everyone knows who you really are, and they'll take me away. Me and my sister will be free. Mom came running to me and picked me up and took me to my room. Put me down! Pack your things, Dinah. We're leaving. What? Where? Why? There's no time for questions. I'm not doing anything you say. I slammed the door behind Mom and locked it. I climbed into my bed feeling furious, and after some time I dozed off. And when I woke up, I was in a different room. Apparently, we had moved to another city. I was so pissed at my parents. But at least I'd go to a new school now and have new friends that I could tell everything to. But one night, Dad came to my room with a gift. "This doll is for you, baby." "I'm too old for dolls, Dad. Do you even know how old I am?" "Well, we have the entire year to know each other because I've decided to homeschool you." "What? There's no way that's gonna happen." Dad ignored me, but I was determined not to be homeschooled. Whenever they tried to teach me, I'd come up with some excuse. "Nope, I'm sick. My eyebrows are hurting. Ugh, I had a bad dream that a chicken ate me. I'm still not over it. Try tomorrow." And it kept going on like that for a year until my parents gave up. "Dinah, you can join school now and even use your real name." "You mean my real name? And everyone would know I'm your daughter?" "Yes, honey, exactly." "You guys are awful. I saw Dad on TV. Now that everyone knows he's evil, you want people to know that I'm your daughter? No way. I'm not falling for your games again. You're gonna give me a fake name, you hear me?" "No, your dad isn't a bad person, Dinah. It was all a big misunderstanding, and it's cleared now." "Don't defend him. I don't believe you." "Don't believe us, but you're still going with your real name." "Fine, but I'm not showing anyone my face then. I'm gonna wear a mask and a hoodie, and no one will ever know who I am." "That's not going to happen." "I didn't ask for permission. I'm done listening to you guys. I'm going to school, and I'm wearing a mask. Period." My parents didn't argue with me anymore, and they just left the room. And the next day, I wore a hoodie and a mask and went to school. Everyone was staring at me, but I didn't care. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I ignored her and went to sit at the back. And I noticed after some time that the girl next to me was constantly looking at me. "Can you stop staring, please? You're making me uncomfortable." "Well, you're making me uncomfortable. But I gotta say, the mask idea is genius. It's the perfect way to hide your ugly face. But I'm sure you're not uglier than me. I should wear a mask too." I'm not ugly, and neither are you." "Oh, come on. You're a liar too? Look at my nostrils. They're so wide you can see my brain. And penguins have better teeth than mine. And this dent in my chin, it looks like I have a butt on my face. My eyebrows are like a bridge over my eyes. Giraffes are competing with me for the longest neck. And see this mole— Oh, God, stop talking. Why do you hate your face so much? It's not that bad." "Yeah, it is. I have 6 sisters, and I'm the ugliest. Yeah, they told me. They're all beautiful like models, while me, not even close. I mean, look at my legs. My calves are like tree trunks, and my nails, I bite them and chew them sometimes. They don't taste that bad. The point is, my hands are the ugliest." "Please, stop talking. I'm not used to someone who talks a lot." "Why? No one talks to you? What about your family? Are they dead? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. My sisters say that too." "No, they're not dead. Can you please stay quiet unless I ask you something?" "So, you're not going to tell me about your family, huh? I told you everything about myself. Also, you expect me to shut up so I won't annoy your majesty? Who do you think you are? You're just a weirdo with a mask." "I didn't mean to upset you. Listen, I'll tell you everything once I trust you." "Why can't you trust me now?" "I just need some time, okay?" "Fine. I trust all people, especially the weird ones. But whatever." Oh my God. Her name was Nastya, and she was nuts. But at least she was helpful. She gave me a tour of the school and helped me get familiar with everything. But she wouldn't stop introducing me to everyone. "Hey guys, this is Dinah. She doesn't like talking about her family. Weird, right? And I still don't know anything about the mask. And no, she says she's not ugly." I knew there was no use asking her to shut up, so I just waved to the kids and kept walking. Nastya and I got closer over the coming weeks, and I started to trust her a little bit. But that was a mistake. One day, we were walking down the hallway when we saw a group of girls coming towards us, and Nastya freaked out. "Oh my God, that's Eva!" Before I could ask her who that was, Nastya got down on her knees and held Eva's hand. "How are you today, our princess? How was your trip?" "Oh, get up, Nastya. You're pathetic. I just saw you this morning, and you asked the same questions, and I ignored you. Can't you take a hint? And who is this weirdo?" "That's Dinah, my best friend. She's at your service. She likes you so much. No, she adores you." "No, I don't. I don't even know who she is. And she doesn't seem very nice." "Oh, we have a brave one here. That's a lot of nerve for someone who covers their face. Let me guess. You're the school bully. Gotcha. Nastya, let's go. We don't have time for this." I started walking away, but Nastya didn't move. I don't think you understand how things work around here. Everyone does what Eva says. Girls, catch her and take her to the bathroom. You too, Nastya. Now. The girls started approaching me, including Nastya. I couldn't believe it. No, Nastya, are you crazy? You're my friend. But as she kept coming closer with a cold face, I suddenly slapped her hard. Just then a teacher came into the hallway and Eva whistled to the girls and they all backed off and followed her, like they were her pets. And I couldn't believe that the only person I trusted a bit turned out to be as terrible as my parents. I was never going to talk to Nastya again. But I had a bigger problem right now. Eva. It looked like I'd made an enemy out of the most feared girl in school. I found out from some kids that she was 2 years older than me, and she could make or break your life here. And she was untouchable. Eva has perfect grades and perfect manners in class, and the teachers worship her. She never gets into trouble. She put stolen exam papers in my sister's locker and got her expelled just because my sister refused to do her homework. My best friend is in therapy because of how much Eva hurt her. Jeez, this girl seemed like a monster. And now, I was wondering what she'd do to me. The next day when Nastya walked into the classroom, I almost fell off my seat. She was wearing an avocado-shaped outfit with 2 horns on her head. Everyone was laughing as she sat down. What are you staring at? Why are you wearing that? What? You're the only one allowed to look weird? I don't care, dude. Be as weird as you like. It's not like we're friends. Why was I even talking to her? And Nastya didn't take off that ugly outfit for days. But then one day I was in the bathroom stalls when I heard some voices outside. Eva, I've been wearing this for 4 days and it's itchy. Can't I take it off now? A deal's a deal, loser. You begged me not to hurt Dinah, and I said I'd leave her alone if you wore the outfit for a week. Now stop whining or else. Wait, Eva hadn't hurt me because of what Nastya did? I peeked out the door to see Eva leaving, and then I came out. You've been wearing this ridiculous costume for me? Why are you doing this? You don't have to be so afraid of that witch, Nastya. I'm not. That's because you don't know her, Dinah. She's my sister. I have to do what she says, or she'll make me miserable. She's already making you miserable, can't you see? You can't live like a coward. Coward? Says the girl who can't show her real face to anyone. And if you had a sister, you'd understand. I do. Do what? I have a sister. I don't know what happened, but the moment I said the word sister, I broke down and started crying like crazy. And I told Nastya everything, but I made sure not to mention my parents' names. When I was done, Nastya didn't say anything. She just hugged me tight. Despite my protests, Nastya wore the outfit for the whole week, and we started hanging out again. Eva seemed to keep her distance, but I didn't trust her one bit. A few days later, Nastya came running to me excitedly at recess. Oh my God, Dinah, you won't believe this. You know that cute jock Peter I have a crush on? The one in Eva's class? I saw him putting this note in my locker. Pinch me or punch me. I think I'm dreaming. I saw the note, and he'd asked her out to the Valentine's Day dance. You saw him put this there? With my own ugly eyes? No, my eyes must be beautiful if Peter likes me. But Nastya, has he ever even talked to you before? Why is he suddenly asking you out? What's your point, Dinah? I mean, what if this is a prank? What if Eva planned it? And suddenly, Nastya looked mad. Gosh, you really can't trust anyone, can you? And basically what you're saying is, why would someone like Peter ask out someone like me, right? No, that's not what I said. You didn't have to. I'm not as stupid as I look. You're no better than my sisters. And before I could reply, Nastya ran away tearfully. I tried talking to her the next few days, but she just acted like I was invisible. I had no plans to go to the Valentine's Day dance. I didn't even have a date. But my gut feeling kept telling me something about the whole Peter thing was off. So an hour before the party, I decided to go. And when I got there, it was worse than I'd feared. I saw Nastya walking up to Peter and tapping him on the shoulder. He turned around and burst out laughing.
Well, hello, Nastya. I didn't know this was a party for clowns.
I didn't get the joke. Sorry, my sisters say I'm dumb.
Girl, what's wrong with your makeup? Did you do it sitting on a roller coaster in the dark?
No, my sister Eva did it.
You're kidding, right? Eva always looks perfect. And you look like a mess.
That's no way to talk to your date, dude.
Date? Are you out of your mind? I'm here with Eva, loser.
I'd heard enough. I ran forward and punched Peter in the face. "Shut up, you jerk! Don't talk to my friend like that!" Just as I took Nastia's hand to get her out of there, I heard Eva whistle, and her friends grabbed me. Oh, Dinah, you're about to find out how stupid it is to mess with me. But I really want to see your face before I teach you a lesson. With that, Eva leapt forward and snatched my mask off. But suddenly, she screamed in pain. Ow! Nastia, let go, you psycho! Nastia had jumped onto Eva and was pulling her hair so hard, I thought she'd take them right off her scalp. Her minions ran to help Eva, but Nastia wasn't backing off. I am a psycho. Don't mess with me or Dinah, or I swear, Eva, I'll chop your hair off in your sleep. I'll find the fattest rats and set them loose in your room. I'll switch all your Diet Coke with regular Coke so you'll get fat. I won't stop until you're as miserable as you've made me. Suddenly, the other kids started cheering for Nastia and pushed Eva's minions away. And Eva looked furious. She screamed as everyone booed her and stormed off with her gang. I hugged Nastia tight, and suddenly, she gasped. Dinah? That's the first time I'm seeing your face. Wow, you're gorgeous. Oh God, in all the chaos, I'd forgotten my mask was off. And now everyone had seen me, and they were giving me compliments about how pretty I was. And then I heard the dreadful words. Wait a second, I know your dad. He was the famous politician who was accused of stealing public funds. We saw him all over the news. What? Dad was a politician? And he was a thief? No. You're confusing me with someone else. My dad isn't a thief.
No, it's you. I saw the pictures too. And yeah, of course he's not a thief. Your dad is an honest, kind man. Everyone knows he was proved innocent.
Yeah, he helped a lot of people, including my cousins. He must be like a hero to you. What in the world? So my dad was actually a good man? I was so shocked and I couldn't breathe. I just ran away and Nastia followed me. I went straight back home to confront my parents.
You're not wearing your mask.
Just tell me one thing. People are saying you used to be a politician, Dad. A very kind one. Is that true?
Yes, honey. We tried telling you he was a good man, but you never listened.
Why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? Why did you treat me badly?
Sweetheart, we never meant to treat you that way. There were many people who wanted to hurt me while you were growing up, and we thought the less you knew, the less danger you'd be in. We're sorry we didn't tell you the truth. We just didn't want to scare you.
What about my sister? I want to see her, now! My parents looked at each other and then led me to her room. I saw her for the first time lying on her bed, sleeping peacefully.
She's been in a coma for years. We were wrong to keep this a secret, but we didn't want you to feel sad about her. We're sorry for all of this, Dinah. We love you so much.
She's so beautiful, just like you. I turned around to see Nastia and I hugged her. Guys, I think it's time for you to hug your daughter. Such weirdos. My parents joined our hug and I whispered, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We love you.
I love you too. I love you 3. Cheesy, but who cares?
Hi, my name is Tina, or at least that's what my adopted parents named me. And that's pretty much the only nice thing they've ever given me. When I was a baby, my parents adopted me from an orphanage in New York City. I don't remember anything from back then, but they told me the place was horrible. It was filthy! You better be grateful we rescued you from there. I never really believed her. How could it be any filthier than their own house? It was practically a pigsty. The carpet always had a horrible damp smell, and the floorboards and walls were all stained. They already had one child, my younger brother Steven, but he was super dumb. They knew I was smart, so they probably thought I was a good investment. You can do our son's homework since he's busy all the time, the little darling. Look, Mom, Dad, I can snort marbles out of my nose. Well done, Steven. We're so proud of you. Tina, those math exercises aren't going to work themselves out. I rolled my eyes as I walked away. Did I have to get adopted by the dumbest family in New York? I ended up doing all of his homework all the time. But of course, he was never grateful. Instead, he chased me around with scissors and threatened to cut my hair. Come on, Tina. I just want to give you a haircut. I was smarter than all 3 of them put together, but they hated the thought. It would kill them to admit it. When I was 10, my dad owned a sports memorabilia store. And he was too cheap to hire a real accountant, so he made me work there as one. It's the least you can do after all we've done for you. Fine, but let me tell you, your dumb store is not making any money. You're probably doing it wrong. Aren't you supposed to be smart and good at this stuff? Go over the books again. Well, I wasn't surprised when he lost his shop 3 months later. Meanwhile, at home, my mom would make me stay upstairs whenever she had company over, which was all the time. She liked to make her friends think she was really smart, even though she was an idiot. Go to your room and don't you dare come down. God only knows what complicated and weird thing you'll end up talking about. They'll think I'm a freak like you. Don't embarrass me. I decided to have some fun one day while her friends were over. I set up a trivia board game I knew my mom would lose, and I told her friends I'd play on their team. We won by 25 points. It was epic. We didn't know Tina was so smart. My mom was so embarrassed. She flipped the table over and told everyone to leave. How dare you make me look stupid in front of my friends? Maybe if you ever read a book, you'd know a thing or two. Maybe if you weren't so ugly, you'd have friends other than books. I make myself laugh. Good, because no one else thinks you're funny. And I skipped out of the room before her flying shoe could catch me. One day, while Mom and Dad were at work, Steven decided to spray paint the living room wall. What are you doing? Mom and Dad are gonna kill you. No, Tina. They're gonna kill you. He hid the can of spray paint in my room where I couldn't find it. When my parents got home, they freaked out. Tina, what did you do? Clean this up right now! It wasn't me, it was Steven! But they wouldn't listen to a word I said. Just then, Steven walked into the room holding empty cans of spray paint. Look what I found in Tina's room! That was it. I was doomed! One more stunt like this and we're taking you right back to that orphanage. At least it looks better than it did before. This house is disgusting anyway. I spent the next 5 hours scrubbing paint off the wall. Even after that, I couldn't get it all off. I missed dinner, and my parents made me go to bed hungry. It wasn't much of a loss, really. My family just had gross canned junk for dinner anyway. They didn't have enough money to buy good food, apparently, but they could somehow afford a gigantic flat-screen TV for their filthy living room. My dad loved that TV and sat in front of it all day after work, watching baseball. Steven loved baseball too. So Dad signed him up for the Little League team. But equipment wasn't cheap. So Dad gave all of my measly allowance to Steven to buy a baseball bat. That's not fair. That's my money. No, it's my money that I gave to you, and I can take it back. My mother agreed with him. Maybe Steven will grow up to be a famous baseball player. At least he'll be doing something good for this family, unlike you, Tina. Steven's not even good at baseball. He strikes out whenever he gets up to bat. I'm better than he is, and I've only played once. It was true. Steven was horrible at sports, but my parents didn't care. Somehow, it was still my fault. Maybe if you were there to cheer him on, he hit the ball more often. I wish you had never adopted me. I wish I could go back. I stormed off to my room. I knew I had to get out of here, but I didn't have any money or anywhere to go. My friends at school all came from rich families in the city. I never told anyone I was adopted, because it would be so embarrassing. One day at lunch, the girls were just boasting away as usual. My parents are taking me to Paris this Saturday for breakfast. We just got back from Hong Kong last week. It was so exotic. I decided to chime in. My parents let me get extra pepperoni on my pizza last night. That was a lie. They actually said pepperoni was too expensive and I wasn't allowed to get it. Actually, we never ordered pizza either. The girls all looked at me like I had 3 heads. It's okay, Tina. We all know your family is dirt poor. Pepperoni is all they can afford. I was mortified. I ran out of the cafeteria in tears as the girls laughed at me. I stopped next to a bulletin board and noticed a help wanted sign. Angelo's Pizza was hiring delivery drivers. I was only 14 and I couldn't drive. But Angelo didn't need to know that. I lied in my application saying I was 17 years old and had a driver's license. He hired me and placed an Angelo's Pizza hat on my head. Guess it was time to teach myself how to drive. Driving wasn't easy. I knocked over so many trash cans and street cones at first. I didn't have anyone to teach me, and watching YouTube videos only helped so much. I couldn't tell my parents because they'd want the car for themselves. They only had one car, and Mom was only allowed to use it if she asked Dad's permission. Once I taught myself the basics, it was time to start delivering pizzas. It was actually pretty fun. I got to play my music and smell fresh pizza all day long. I told my parents I'd be studying at a friend's house after school. They didn't care where I was, as long as it was out of their faces. Do we have to feed you? Can't you just have lunch and dinner there? Sure, Mom. Her parents' dinner are even worse than yours, but I'll eat there. Nothing made me happier than missing meals at home and eating pizza instead. Angelo was always good about feeding his employees. I delivered pizza all over the city. Sometimes I'd even deliver to those mean girls from school. They'd laugh at me in my uniform. Little did they know, I had stolen a few bites of their pizzas, especially the ones with extra pepperoni. Sometimes I'd spit on them too. I saved up enough money and planned on buying myself a car. I was going to start my own delivery service. I hid the money under a loose floorboard in my room. I couldn't let my parents find it, or they'd probably spend it on another big TV. Then, disaster struck. I arrived at a house, got out of my car, and walked up to the door. I rang the bell and my dad answered the door. "Tina, what are you doing here?" He was at a friend's house watching the game and they had ordered pizza. I should have recognized the address, but I was just so busy that I hadn't noticed. "Since when do you have a job? You better not be hiding money from us. You know we need it." That night, my parents ripped my room to pieces. They knocked over every piece of furniture and tore open every drawer. "I found it!" Stephen pulled my box of money out from under the floorboard. "Stop! Put that back!" "How dare you hide this from us, Tina? We adopted you from that horrible orphanage, and this is the thanks we get?" That was the last straw. I stormed out of the room and grabbed Stephen's baseball bat, the one they bought with my money. I walked right up to the big TV in the living room, wound up, and smashed it to pieces. "How's that for thanks?" I dropped the bat and stormed out of the house. I went to the one place I knew I was safe, Angelo's Pizza. Angelo was closing up shop when I showed up in tears. I told him what had happened and how my parents stole all my money, and he felt really bad. "Here, I know you've been saving up for a car. It's yours." And he just handed me the keys to my pizza delivery car. I gave him a big hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." He invited me to stay with his family for the night. They had a small home, but it was really nice. His wife was an amazing cook, and their son was in school to become a hairstylist. "Tina, would you like a real haircut?" He worked some serious magic on my hair. I looked like a movie star, and I felt like one too. Angelo's family felt so bad for me that they offered to let me live with them. They became my second adopted family, my real family. Balancing work and school wasn't easy, but I managed. I learned as much as I could about starting a business and finally got my driver's license 2 years later. My parents didn't come to my high school graduation. They didn't even try to contact me after I smashed the TV. Instead of going to college, I started Tina Taxi, a full-service food delivery and rideshare company like Uber and DoorDash. Tina Taxi was different because I made each ride a party and worked a pure tip system. That meant my rides were free, and if people wanted to give me money, they could. My brother heard about my new job and called for a ride. He made me drive him all over the city pretending like he was lost. "Sorry, I meant to go somewhere else. So sorry. Can you go in that direction now, please?" He finally got out and didn't give me any money. Instead, he poked a hole in my tire and took a bus home. I lost a whole day of business because of him. While driving one day, I saw a bunch of signs all over town that were making fun of me. One in particular read, "Tina Taxi is a scam." I knew it was my idiot brother because he couldn't even spell taxi right. "Take those signs down. You'll ruin everything. Buy me a new baseball bat and TV, and maybe I'll take them down. Why don't I give you a job and you can buy your own?" "Work for you? Why would anybody ever want to work for you?" I tore the signs down myself and left them on my parents' lawn. I knew Tina Taxi was a good idea, and plenty of people already wanted to work for me. I got my own apartment and decided it was time to hire more drivers. By the next year, I had 20 drivers working for me, and Tina Taxi brought in over $1 million. Soon enough, I got a call from a multi-billion-dollar company that wanted to buy Tina Taxi. They offered me $2.5 billion for my company. I told them I'd only sell if they maintained my business model. Tina Taxi was always meant to help those in need. They agreed. After everything was said and done, I went back to the orphanage where my parents had adopted me all those years ago. The kids were so excited to see me. "That's Tina from Tina Taxi! I want to be just like her when I grow up." "You're already just like me. I used to live here when I was just a baby." They were thrilled to know I started out just like them. I donated millions of dollars to help remodel and build orphanages all over the world, but especially one in my home state of New York. I even adopted a little girl named Amira, and I promised to give her the childhood that I never had. Together, we live in a huge house outside of New York City. I never heard from my adopted parents ever again. I never heard of Steven either, so he probably never did become a famous baseball player.
Hi, I'm Chloe. This is my story. Ugh, strap in. And remember to like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to the wealthiest family in town. No, I'm not talking normal rich. We were stupid rich. Dad's a billionaire oil tycoon and Mom's a socialite, so I rarely saw them, but they always spoiled me rotten. As for me, I was enjoying my best life. I was popular in school, everyone adored me, and people would yell how gorgeous I was as I walked by. When I was 13, my dad brought me to Little Miss California since he was a judge. People were shocked when they saw me. "This is the look we want. She should be crowned." Dad beamed with pride, but when the other contestants heard this, they weren't happy. Especially this one girl, Molly, who threw a massive tantrum. "That's so unfair. We've been practicing for weeks, and she just walks in and wins?" All the other contestants agreed, but the judges didn't care. The next day, a video of her tantrum was all over Facebook. It's bad enough she felt I'd stolen her crown, but now she had an army of bullies after her. I felt horrible. Desperate to fix it, I begged Dad to redo the contest and sponsor a scholarship for the top 3 winners. The girls were ecstatic, and Dad loved the positive press. Molly won, and I was so happy for her. She visited me and brought me a huge bouquet of flowers. I just want to say thanks. I see why they chose you. You're gorgeous, but I worked my butt off to win that competition. Sometimes being rich has its perks. Besides, don't talk like that. You are just as pretty. Stick with me, kid. You're insane, but I like you. I like you too. Let's be besties. Deal? Deal. From that day, we became inseparable and did everything together. Although Molly and I were total opposites, we got along super well. She was the serious nerd to my carefree self. Some might say I was spoiled, which is true, but it never bothered Molly one bit. I wasn't the best student, so she'd always let me copy her homework, and I loved buying her new clothes and books. In the 8th grade, I made Dad enroll Molly with me in a private school. She didn't want to go at first, but there was no way I'd face high school without her, so I didn't give her a choice. One morning in the cafeteria, I was busy copying Molly's homework like always, when suddenly she began freaking out. OMG, he's the boy I told you about. Here comes Jesse. I've been crushing on him for weeks. Okay, wow. I wonder what he wants. Jesse came over and sat down next to Molly. So, I wanted to ask you out on a date. How's Friday? Oh, wow, Jesse. Yes, Friday is perfect. Holly, I was talking to Chloe. So, what do you say? That jerk. If you can bring me my favorite flower, I'll consider it. It's called the violet monk's hood. Chloe, that flower only grows… Shh! Jesse is up for a challenge, right? Yeah, of course. I'll get on it right now. Jesse ran off happily, and I felt good about teaching him a lesson. The only way he'd ever get that flower was with a quick trip to the Himalayan mountains. What a moron! But Molly looked upset at me. What the crab? He called you Holly. He deserves it. Mess with them before they mess with you. I don't need you to fight my battles. Give me my books back. You don't deserve the answers after that stunt. Molly grabbed her books and stormed off angrily, leaving me stunned. I was just trying to help. Whatever. That was hilarious. After school, I packed my bags for my first sleepover at Molly's house. I visited there often, but she never invited me to stay the night. But with my birthday around the corner, I only had one wish, to have a sleepover at her house. She had no choice but to say yes. Molly's mom was the sweetest woman alive and went out of her way to cook amazing food. As soon as I opened the door, she had me in a bear hug. Coco, come in. Oh, you're all skin and bone. Let Auntie make you something yummy. Bring it on, Mrs. G. I'm starving. While I waited at the dinner table, something great happened. Molly's older brother Lucas walked in, and oh my gosh, when we made eye contact, I thought I was gonna faint. What's it been? Like 2 years? Coco? Where have you been hiding, handsome? Chloe, ew! Lucas has been away at boarding school. He's at the top of his class in physics. That's interesting. And you? What have you been up to? You look great. The way he looked at me made me blush. Well, you know Chloe, breaking hearts and taking the fashion world by storm, one maxed out credit card at a time. Rude. I haven't done that in weeks. Don't worry, I still love you, even if you are a spoiled daddy's girl. I wouldn't expect anything less from Chloe. She's a force not to be messed with. His cheeky smile sent my heart racing. The rest of the night went fine. Molly and I laughed, played games, and did dating quizzes online. But I could tell something was going on with Molly. She seemed different. Molly passed out in a bag of marshmallows, but I was still feeling hungry. So I decided to sneak downstairs for more of Mrs. G's amazing leftovers. As I stuffed my face, I heard someone giggle behind me. You scared me. Hungry, are we? You know me. It's even better cold. I was hoping to run into you this weekend. Oh? Yeah, you sure have gotten beautiful. I've kinda had a crush on you for a long time. You're so funny and carefree. I've always liked that about you. Why are you only telling me this now? Because of Molly. She said you're strictly off limits. but I can't hide it anymore. Was he going to kiss me? My stomach did a funny flip and I dropped the food bowl onto the floor. Just then, the light flicked on and Molly glared at us angrily.
What the crap is going on here?
I was helping Chloe here clean up this mess. Chill out.
Get lost, Lucas. And you, go upstairs, now.
I quickly cleaned up as I watched Lucas leave. Before he disappeared, he turned and winked at me. Back upstairs, Molly slammed her door.
You can have any guy you want, Chloe, but not my brother.
Calm down. That was nothing.
He's a good guy with a bright future. I won't let you treat him like all the other boys at school.
I'd never seen her this mad before. Excuse me, what's been your deal lately?
Mess with them before they mess with you, right? Did you know Jesse dropped out of school this week to get you that stupid flower?
Oh, please. Jimmy knows that was a joke.
His name is Jesse, and no, he doesn't. He did go.
It was a joke. What a moron. Molly's face said she didn't find it half as funny as I did.
Just go home, Chloe. While you're at it, stay away from my brother. I won't let you hurt him.
Come on, don't be like that. Molly turned her back to me. I had no idea she felt this strongly. Maybe I did take it too far with Jesse. Later that night, I texted Jesse and apologized. I told him to forget about the flower and come home, but he never responded. Molly was still mad the next day at school, but I refused to accept it. Please, let's just make up. I'll take you to your favorite place in the whole world.
Ugh, fine.
But make me one promise, okay? Anything. Promise me you'll stay away from Lucas. I wanted to promise instantly, but I paused. Something about Lucas I just couldn't shake.
Earth to Chloe, promise me. Swear on our friendship.
Okay. I promise. A few days passed since seeing Lucas, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I'd never felt this way before. But a promise is a promise. Later that night, I got a text from an unknown number. Wanna go for a walk? Meet me at the gate. Lucas. Lucas was here? I jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and rushed to the gate. When I got there, Lucas stood behind some bushes, waiting. He looked so handsome. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Walk with me, please. I opened the gate, and we walked the grounds of our estate and talked for hours. For the first time, I saw him as just Lucas, not Molly's older brother. I had no idea he was so smart and kind and sweet, and the longer we spoke, the more I began to like him. But I couldn't help but feel guilty for betraying Molly. What's wrong? I'm a bad friend. It's not like we're breaking any rules, right? I am, though. Molly thinks I'll break your heart. Lucas took my hand. I'm a big boy, Chloe. If I decide to give someone my heart, it's because I trust them with it. And I trust you. Lucas stepped closer and cupped my cheek in his hand. But I love Molly, and she'll never forgive me. She doesn't have to know. I wanted to say no, but just then, Lucas pulled me in for the most magical kiss. I kissed him back, and it felt so good for a second. But suddenly, I remembered Molly and my promise. Wait, this wasn't right. Lucas, stop. We can't. I'm sorry. Molly's my best friend. Leave me alone, please. I ran home and away from temptation. The next day, I ignored Lucas the entire time. I couldn't be around him anymore. The best way out was to make a move on the first guy I could find, and when I found the perfect one, I walked right up to him. I have a craving for sushi. Want to take me out tonight and get some? Pick me up at 8. I nudged him on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him speechless. I should find out what his name is. Later that night, I was getting ready for my date when someone knocked on my window. Lucas, what do you want? You're not responding to my texts. That's on purpose. Go away. I have a date. A date? With who? His name is, Kenneth, and he's hot and sweet. So get lost before he sees you. I know what you're doing. It's not gonna work. His smug look made me want to slap him. Just stop. You and I can't work, ever. Accept it and move on. Fine, I'll move on if you can do one thing. What? Lucas gently leaned in, almost kissing me. I felt my knees go weak. Go your entire date without thinking about me once. Then I'll move on. Easy. As soon as Lucas left, I canceled the date. He was right, and I had to confess. I texted Molly to meet me at my house, and I told her everything the following day. I know you hate me, but I can't keep this from you anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't believe you. I told him to leave me alone. You promised. That's why I'm telling you. I knew it was wrong the second he kissed me, so I stopped him. You still did it, even after I begged you not to. I knew Molly was hurt, but now she was just being mean. Oh, like you're so perfect. You're just as bad as me, except I don't pretend to be this sweet, innocent little victim. Excuse me? You let me send Jesse away because he hurt you. You could have stopped him, but you didn't. That's different. You're the one who sent him to get you a flower from across the world. You're a selfish, rich, spoiled brat. That's never bothered you before. I splurged on you and you never said a word. Suddenly, you have a problem with my money because you didn't get your way? Don't you think that's a bit selfish? I regretted the words instantly, and Molly stormed off in tears before I could apologize. My heart was broken. But if that's how Molly wants to treat me for doing the right thing, then I'll follow my heart. Straight to Lucas. I called him immediately, and within 30 minutes he came to my house. Molly hates me, Lucas. We had an awful fight. She'll calm down. Just give her time. I don't know. Not this time. I said some horrible stuff. Lucas pulled me closer and kissed me softly on the forehead. For the next few weeks, we were inseparable. We did everything together, and I couldn't have been happier. But I missed Molly too. For weeks after that, Molly ignored me. She didn't even RSVP to my birthday party. This was the first time I had celebrated without her, and it broke my heart. But then, Molly texted me just before my party, and I was thrilled. I skipped the party to meet her near the fountain, but I couldn't find her. Just then, someone walked out of the darkness, and when they finally came closer, it was Jesse? Before I could stop him, he grabbed me by the waist and kissed me while Lucas and Molly stood behind me. I pushed him away, but it was too late. Lucas was fuming. I can explain. It was Jesse. Save it. Molly was right about you. He stormed off and drove away in his car as Molly turned to me. Finally, Lucas sees the real you. What are you talking about? Do you know that Lucas gave up a huge scholarship to stay with you? Of course not. You only care about yourself, Chloe. That's not true. I love Lucas, but that never mattered to you at all. I fought back tears as Molly looked at me in surprise. Just leave me alone. You ruined everything. For the next few weeks, I ignored both of them. I was done with everything and needed to focus on myself. It was all going well until Molly came to my house one morning in a panic. Lucas, he had an accident. We have to leave now. We rushed to the hospital, and when we arrived, I was so happy to see Lucas standing in the hallway unharmed. I'm so glad you're okay. Lucas, Chloe, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were serious. Molly confessed to everything as Lucas looked at her in shock before turning to me. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Let's just put all of this behind us, please. I'm happy you're safe, but no, I'm done trying to prove myself. To both of you, I can't keep playing games like this. What are you saying, Chloe? Goodbye, Lucas. I turned around and left before Lucas could stop me. I had to put him before me, even if that broke my heart. I couldn't focus for days. My dad recommended a fashion program in Paris, so I enrolled. This helped me escape from Molly and Lucas. The day before I was about to leave, I got a visitor. When I opened the door, Jesse stood in front of me, holding the violet monkswood flower. Chloe, happy belated birthday. When can I pick you up? Oh God, Jesse, you really did it. I was just choking. Are you kidding me? Do you know what I went through to get that? I missed my exams. I have to go to summer school now. I'm so sorry, Jesse. I'll make it up to you, somehow. After Jesse left, I realized what a horrible person I had been. I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. I needed this trip more than I realized. Later that night, I decided to cyberstalk Lucas and saw that he'd missed out on a huge scholarship opportunity. I immediately called the school and told them I'd anonymously pay his fees. At least I'd be able to help him in some way. The next day at the airport, I was just about to get onto the plane when I heard someone shouting my name as I was headed to the boarding gate. I turned around to see Lucas running in my direction. If you're here to stop me, don't. I just had to say, I love you. No amount of time or distance will change that. I love you too, but I have to do this. I have to change. I know. I'll wait as long as it takes. I've been miserable without you, Lucas. But promise me, no more sacrifices. Your future comes first. I knew that was you. Come here. Lucas held me close and kissed me softly. After we said goodbye, I got on the plane and smiled. New life, here I come.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe.
I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop! Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked him my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
You're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online. And that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh yeah, all the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that.
Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So, I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt! Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone! Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my god, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay, and is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You wanna get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer.
He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town. Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known? Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot? Why didn't you say something then? I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar. Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine. Huh? What necklace? I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it. Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was. But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine. Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you. Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand. Where did you get this from? It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears. Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive. She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China. Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me. So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake. Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her. Ugh. Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me. I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years. I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard? Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life. Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out? I'll have to think about it. Hi, my name is Vivian. I was the only kid of super rich parents who adored me. I grew up in a fancy house and was sent to the best schools. On my first day in middle school, a pretty girl walked up to me and immediately put her arm through mine. My daddy says you can tell a lot about someone from their car. And wow, girl, you're richy rich. I'm Brenda, and we're friends now, okay? Later that day at recess, I saw a girl from our class eating alone.
Hey, why don't we ask that girl to join us?
Nuh-uh. I told everyone we're bringing smoked salmon bagels for lunch, and she brought gross egg sandwiches. That's poor people food. No one in class is gonna talk to her now. That's the rule. I'm sorry, but that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I joined the girl at her table and swapped my lunch with hers while everyone gasped. I'd broken the rule. That day onwards, Brenda hated me with a vengeance. She tried to beat me at everything: grades, friends, clothes. One day in 8th grade, she came up to me and said proudly,
I got my period before you. Ha! I hit puberty first.
This girl was crazy. I could hardly stand her. But then one day in 9th grade, something terrible happened and everything changed. Dad fled to some other country with all our money and left us with tons of debt. Mom had to pay it by selling almost everything we owned, including the house. By the next day, the news had spread across the school and Brenda came running to me.
OMG, look at that. Super poor. Now that's one thing I can't beat you at. You're the clear winner here.
But her laughter soon turned into cries when we discovered that my mom married her dad, and she was my stepsis now.
What the freaking fish? You cannot be part of my family. Gosh, someone just pinch me. It's definitely a nightmare.
Well, I did what she asked for, and she went completely nuts. Dad, I want you to get a divorce right now. This woman definitely married you for money.
And her daughter is a loser. What am I going to tell my friends at school?
Oh, Brenda, what are you talking about? I'm so happy you're my sister. We'll get along so well.
Get away from me, you witch.
She stormed off angrily. I was going to have so much fun teasing her. But a few weeks later, I woke up one morning and noticed some light-colored patches on my hands. I thought it was just an allergy, so I covered it with a little makeup. But I was wrong. Within weeks, my entire body was covered with patches. I told Mom and she immediately took me to the doctor. I'm afraid she has a skin condition called vitiligo. No, it can't be. I cried all the way home and locked myself in the room. I couldn't believe I had to live with this condition my entire life. Honey, please open the door and let me in. You're still pretty, I promise. But no matter what Mom said, I knew things were just gonna be tough from now on, and I couldn't let anyone know, especially Brenda. So I started wearing tons of makeup and full-sleeved clothes to cover my skin. But Brenda even started picking on me for that.
Wearing such tacky clothes in the summer?
You must have gone crazy because of the heat. And saying that, she threw a glass full of juice over my clothes.
Here, beat the heat, jerk.
This was it. I jumped her and grabbed her hair, and soon the argument turned into a crazy fight. Obviously, we ended up in the principal's office, but I was the only one who got punished. Vivian, 1 week of detention for you. Any more of this nonsense and you'll be kicked out of the school for good. As I stormed off angrily, Brenda pushed me as she walked by.
I have a rich daddy. Too bad yours didn't like you enough to stay.
Later, in the detention room, while I was listening to music, someone pulled out my earplugs. Hey, what the? I looked up to see a really cute guy and my heart skipped a beat. Your eyes, they're stunning. What? Really? These old things? I'm Tanner, by the way. So, how was someone as charming as you in detention? Oh, yeah, it was all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure, 'cause there's no way an angel like you could do something wrong. OMG, he was so cute. For the next week, I got to see him every day and we kind of became friends, but I was afraid he might not like me if he discovered my secret. One night while I was changing into my nightwear, the lights were off and I saw a shadow sneak in from my bedroom window, and I screamed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my mouth and said, "Hey, relax, it's me. Don't shout." Tanner, what are you even doing here? I just came to tell you that. I think I love you, Viv. I'm going crazy for you. Saying that, he pulled me closer to kiss me. But just then, Brenda barged into my room and to my horror, she switched on the lights.
Ha! Caught you. Wait a sec. What's wrong with your freaking skin?
OMG, gross. What's that on your face? And your body? Get away from me.
I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole as Tanner and Brenda stared at me.
Is this what I think it is? OMG, you're a freak!
I expected Brenda to act like a jerk, but Tanner, he just ran away from there like I was some monster, and that really hurt. The next day at school, I couldn't find him anywhere, but then I saw something that completely shocked me. Tanner and Brenda were sharing the longest kiss in the history of the planet behind the school. And then he said, "OMG, babe, I think I love you, and I'm going crazy for you." Crazy for her? Hey, you literally just said that to me yesterday, jerk. Love you? I would never. Look at yourself. Only someone blind can love you. As I was just about to punch out his perfect teeth, Brenda stepped in and stopped me.
Hey, stay away from my guy, or I'll tell everyone your little secret. Poor Viv. You know what? Take him. He's a jerk like you, and you guys belong together. After that, I made sure to stay away from those loonies. I didn't want to give her a reason to tell my secret to everyone. Soon after we started 10th grade, our teacher introduced a new student, Jacob, to the class. And I could see all the girls drooling over him. In the chemistry lab, everyone wanted to be his partner, but to my surprise, he walked over to my corner and said, "Hey, you don't mind me joining you, do you?" Of course I didn't. But while we were performing the experiment, I accidentally opened the wrong chemical flask and almost fainted from its smell. Just then, Jacob caught me in his arms and carried me to the nurse's room. He even stayed there till I felt better. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I just wanted to make sure you were okay." OMG, he was so strong and such an angel. After that, we spent a lot of time studying and hanging out together. My life was close to getting perfect, but then Brenda happened again. I could see she was into Jacob and she'd follow him everywhere. Once when Jacob and I were walking down the corridor, she started walking unsteadily and crying out, "Oh, I feel so dizzy. I'm gonna pass out. Someone, please hold me." I knew what she was up to, so I held back Jacob's hand and she fell to the ground. What do you think you're doing, witch?
"Saving you trouble." She then got up and whispered in my ear,
"Don't you dare lay your hands on what Brenda wants, or your little secret will be out, princess."
"Psycho, don't you already have a boyfriend?"
"What's your point? He's hotter, and what Brenda likes, Brenda takes."
I knew once Brenda had her eyes on something, she was either gonna take it or ruin it, and that scared me. So later that day, when Jacob asked me on a movie date, I had to refuse because of Brenda.
Good job, scaredy cat.
You got what you wanted, right? Now leave me alone.
Oh, not just yet, honey. I want you to cut all ties with Jacob and leave him alone.
You're crazy.
And you're a freak, and I know your secret. Remember that.
I loved Jacob, but I had no choice but to listen to Brenda. The very next day, I broke up with him. "I'm sorry, Jacob. It's just not working out between us." "But Vivian, listen to me." He kept calling and texting, but I couldn't. I felt terrible. For the next few days, Brenda kept dancing around him and teased me about it. She was so evil. Then a few days later, while I was walking down the corridor, Jacob pulled my hand into an empty classroom. "Hey, wait, what are you—" Before I could even finish my sentence, he just pulled me close and kissed me. I wasn't expecting that, but whoa, it felt like heaven. "I know everything about what Brenda did to you, and I want to tell you, I love you for who you are." But how did you know?" "After you broke up with me, she kept pestering me all day long, but I told her I only love you. Then she got mad at me and told me about your condition. I instantly knew why you broke up with me." "Oh, Jacob, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I love you so much." "I know, Viv. I love you too, sweetie." Of course, we started dating again because I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. The guy I loved me back for who I was, and I was the happiest. Of course, Brenda looked livid. Before the junior prom, Jacob prepared a big surprise for me in the cafeteria and asked me to the prom in front of everyone. OMG! It was all so romantic, and of course I was gonna say yes. But just then, Brenda threw a jug full of water over me and all my makeup washed away. And everyone was looking at me.
"This trash? You want to go out with her instead of me? I'm practically perfect, and not some weirdo like Miss Patches here.
Brenda, you're a complete nutjob. What's wrong? I held him back and stepped up in front of Brenda. Brenda, since the day I met you, you've only cared about stupid things like money and looks. But those things aren't going to get you friends or love. You'll be all alone one day because you don't care about anyone except yourself, and that makes you ugly. And soon everyone around her started shouting at her. Yes, Brenda, Vivian is beautiful inside and out, and you're awful. You're trash, Brenda. You're a cheater, too. Brenda ran from there, and I turned to kiss Jacob. Everyone cheered for us and congratulated us. Later that day, I went home and told Mom and Dad about everything Brenda did to me, and they decided to send her away to a boarding school for spoiled brats. Jacob and I continued to date until the last year of school, and then we got into college together.
One night when I was 5, I woke up to a strange scratching sound. I reached over for my glasses, but I knocked them off the table instead. Just then, I saw someone climbing in through my window. I screamed, "Shut up, Jess, it's me." Oh, thank God. It was just my sister Betty. "Why are you climbing in through my window?" "Because mine got stuck. I'd just gone out for a walk." As Betty helped me find my glasses and put them on my face, I could see she was dressed for a party. She shoved a chocolate bar in my hand. "You didn't see anything, okay?" Yeah, I know the drill. I'm blind anyway." "Good girl." "Hi, I'm Jessica. And I am kinda blind without my glasses. I have a condition called myopia. I can't see anything clearly unless it's 2 inches away from my face. But this isn't the biggest problem in my life. That's my wild older sister. Before I tell you my story, click like and subscribe. My mom was a marine biologist, and when I was 3, Betty was 13, and Sarah was 1, we found out that her research boat got lost at sea. Dad got really depressed and kept himself busy at work. This left Betty in charge, and she was the craziest substitute mom ever. Once when I was 6, Betty took me and Sarah to the mall and left us at an ice cream parlor saying she'd be back soon. But she wasn't. I took Sarah's hand and said I knew the way home. Well, I didn't, and we got really lost. When we finally managed to find our way home after hours, we walked in on Betty making out with some boy on the couch. "Where'd you guys come from? I thought you were in your room." She forgot us at the mall and even forgot she'd taken us there? I'd always been a bookworm, and by the 1st grade, I'd even taught myself Spanish. Betty came running to me one day and said, "Hey, nerd, tell me a sentence in Spanish that'll make a guy think, wow, how can someone be that pretty and smart?" I told her something, and she happily skipped off. I went after her. She walked up to a cute boy who'd just moved in next door and leaned in. "Tu aliento huele a caca de perro, idiota." I nearly choked trying not to laugh as he pushed her aside and stormed off. Of course, I paid for it when she left actual dog poop in my room. The smell didn't leave for days. This one time, though, her carelessness led to something really serious. In the 2nd grade, I came home one day and couldn't find Sarah anywhere. Betty just shrugged. "She was here a while ago." She said, "I am Superman." And I said, "Prove it." And then she just left. 2 things you need to know about Sarah. She only talks in 3-word sentences, and only when she's excited or upset. Just then, we heard our neighbor scream. We ran out, and to our horror, Sarah was up on the roof wearing a red t-shirt as a cape. "Sarah, no!" "OMG, don't prove it. I believe you. You're Superman." Thankfully, Sarah stepped back, but once she was down safely, Betty and I had a screaming match. Do you realize what could have happened? When will you start acting like an adult? You think I haven't been an adult taking care of you two? I never asked to be your mom, and sometimes it's really hard. What was she talking about? We were the nicest kids. Soon after, she went off to college, and I was responsible enough to take care of myself and Sarah anyway. She visited less and less frequently, but anytime she did, it was with a new guy. Life was just fine until I joined a new school in the 7th grade. On my first day in gym class, we were playing dodgeball when suddenly one of the girls ran right into me and knocked me over, and my glasses went flying somewhere. "Hey, can someone please give me my glasses?" Just then, I saw a blurry shape walk up to me. "Wait, I want to try them on." "Gosh, you're totally blind, aren't you? Let's play a game. How many fingers am I holding up?" Hello? Knock it off, Annie. Suddenly, a strong hand pulled me up and the person gave me my glasses. As I put them on, the cutest boy's face came into focus. Gosh, Raymond, we were just having some fun. It's good to have you here, owl face. Well, until your home planet calls you back. And with that, Annie and her friends walked off laughing. I felt pretty embarrassed, so I ran off too. A whole year went by and the jerks kept bullying me any chance they got, but I just got used to ignoring them. Mrs. Harry Potter, Four-Eyed Freak, Geek. They just kept throwing lame names at me. Also, I had a huge crush on Raymond, but I knew I didn't have a shot with him. But then, life at school went from bad to worse. When I started 8th grade and we had our first science lesson, I almost fell off my chair in shock when the teacher walked in. It was Betty. While I was sitting there with my mouth open, I realized so were the other kids, especially the boys. Even Raymond was staring at her. Hi guys, I'm Betty, your new teacher and best friend. Mindy, where's some blush? Girl, you look like a vampire. And Raymond, I think Jessica has a crush on you. But of course, you're way out of her league. OMG. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow Betty whole. After class, I stayed back to talk to her. What are you doing? How did you get hired as a teacher? No hello, how you doing, sis? And for your information, my degree is in teaching. But don't worry, I'm just the substitute for 2 weeks. It'll be fun. It was not. She was so dumb and didn't know the first thing about science. She once told the whole class that the Earth has 7 moons, 1 for every continent. She also said tattoos make you smarter, and when it rained too hard, that was just God crying over ugly people. And even worse, everyone found out we were related. One day in the cafeteria, Annie walked up to my table. That dumb Betty is your sister? What a family. Looks like she got all the beauty and you got all the brains. I stood up and said quietly, It sounds like you're a bit jealous, Annie. I mean, yeah, she is really pretty. I was about to walk away when she threw a glass of juice in my face. I ran off to the bathroom to clean my glasses and found Betty there. Why are you covered in juice? Is that Annie bullying you? I'll deal with her. No, you won't. You'll just make it worse. Stay out of it, Betty. You're not my mom. She turned to me with her arms crossed. Fine, but let me tell you, the only way to deal with a bully is to fight back in a way they understand. She's only picking on you because of her own insecurities. Don't be her punching bag. It's easy for you to say you've probably never been bullied. Oh, yes, I have. And you think I don't know the things people still say about me? I just don't care, Jess. I like myself, just as I am. And with that, she walked out. A week later, Sarah's class was having a bake sale for charity, and I decided to go help her out during recess. But when I got there, I saw her table was already surrounded by Annie and her gang. Why don't you talk, dummy? Is it because you sound as stupid as you look? I'm not paying for your stupid brownie till you sing a nursery rhyme for me. Come on, let's hear it. I barged right in and grabbed the brownie from Annie's hand. Get away from my sister or else. Annie and her friends started laughing. OMG, another sister. And this one can't speak? Wow, what a trio. The mute, the dumb, and the blind. She's not mute. She just doesn't want to talk to you. And Betty is amazing and wise. And you'd have to get a ton of plastic surgery to be as pretty as her. And I freaking wish I was blind right now so I wouldn't have to see your mean, stupid face. For a second, Annie looked completely shocked. Then she stepped toward me and said, Well, we can fix that. She snatched the glasses off my face and snapped them into 2. I lunged straight at her blurry figure. As we wrestled on the ground, we bumped into Sarah's table and it collapsed. That's enough. As soon as we heard the principal's voice, we both pushed each other away. The principal was about to drag us both off to her office for suspension when I suddenly heard Raymond say, Ma'am, we all witnessed what happened, and only Annie and her friends are at fault here. When everyone joined in to say the same thing, the principal let me go and dragged the others away. I still couldn't see a thing, but I could just feel Annie's fury. Raymond taped up my glasses for me, and boy, my heart was just racing. As we helped Sarah set up her table again, Raymond said he had an idea and ran off. A few minutes later, we saw him come over with the whole football team, and he said, Boys, attack. Within seconds, the jocks had finished all the brownies, and Sarah raised a good deal of money. And with a sudden boost of confidence, I just turned to Raymond and asked him out. He said yes. Later that afternoon, as Betty was leaving school, I ran after her and gave her a big bear hug. Thank you. You were right, and I stood up to Annie, and it was awesome. She hugged me back and smiled down at me. Whoa, let's get you some new glasses. Then we'll go home and you two can tell me all about it. You'd think we'd had enough excitement for one day, but we had a shocker waiting for us back home. When we walked into the lounge, a woman with thick glasses was sitting on the couch. I had no idea who she was, but Betty gasped and turned as white as a ghost. Mom? Wait, what? Mom isn't dead? The woman jumped up from the couch and started crying when she saw us. Oh, my babies, you're so big now. And wait, your dad said I was dead? He said your boat was lost at sea and you were never found. Where were you then? Suddenly the woman, Mom, turned red. I think you girls should sit down for this. As we all sat down in shocked silence, Mom said, I guess your dad tried to protect you by not telling the truth. You see, I left because I fell in love with someone else. He died last year and But Betty jumped up from the sofa before she could finish. You what? You just abandoned us and left me to be a mom at 13? How could you be so selfish? I swear, I thought of you guys every single day, but your dad and I weren't happy. I did it for love. Look at us. As Betty angrily looked at Mom's picture with her lover, her face suddenly changed. Okay, he's much hotter than Dad, I get it. But we can't forgive you just like that. Leave, now. Mom started crying and begging for forgiveness. But Betty opened the door for her to leave, and she left. Mom then never stopped trying to contact us. I felt sorry for her, and honestly, I missed having a mom and wanted to give her a second chance. Sarah and I tried convincing Betty to forgive Mom, but she refused to listen. Until one day, Dad said, I wasn't a good husband for your mom. And when she left, I kept her away from you by law. I made a huge mistake. I want your mom back. I want us back. Forgive me, my daughters. Now the three of us were mad at Dad, and we didn't talk to him for weeks. Until one night, Betty opened the front door with Mom behind her. I think it's time to have our mom back. We ran to Mom and hugged her. I'm so sorry I left you guys when you were so little. I put my hand through Betty's. Well, we had a pretty cool mom growing up. Long story short, our missing mom is back in our lives. We're slowly getting to know her, and she and I have myopia and a lot of other things in common.
Leonard?
Well. What have we here? A poor little flower caught alone in the dark. Let me guess. Maybe you are camping in the dark? No. Maybe you're looking to befriend a crow? No. Maybe you are moonbathing? Or you are heading to that mansion? Yes, of course. You're coming back to him. Oh, my gracious brother, the valiant lover, the vampire of valor. The traitor.
My business is with Magnus, not with you.
Of course, milady. Worry not. I'm not here to do business with you. I am here with a different purpose. And it rhymes with vengeance! Too quick, too fast. Ending you right here at this moment would be so boring. How about we go for a little more fun, yes? Say, do you want to play a game? Besides, you're standing there, ooh, so helpless. And me, I'm standing here all powerful with all the time in the world to do what I want with you.
Stop with your games, Leonard. Tell me, what did you do to my Jake?
Blah, blah, blah. Love here, love there. Romance here, romance there. Love is in the air. Romance everywhere. These pathetic feelings are what sent us to our doom. Oh, if only Magnus could hear what you had just said. All his efforts to protect you, all his sacrifices and losses, and still, at the very end, my Jake.
I don't care what you're blabbering about. Stop laughing and answer me.
A lion does not answer to a deer, my dear. Yes, the traitor in shining armor. Aggressive yet impressive. Admirable yet predictable. Heroic and yet pathetic. Tell me, Magnus, how much lower can you get?
Enough with the pleasantries, Leonard. If you want to vent your anger, let us settle this alone. You and I.
Oh, sheath your fangs, brother. I once fought you for a greater cause. The survival of our species is paramount above all else. Our bond is sacred. Fighting you over one silly girl is sacrilege. It mattered once when she had a purpose, but now that she's but a mere human, fighting you is rather trifling. Now I wonder if luck has always been by your side, little flower. It will run out eventually, and once it does, I'll be there to finish what I've started. Enjoy the rest of this wondrous night. Love is in the air, romance everywhere.
Magnus, I'm so relieved you came.
My lady, are you all right?
I almost died because of that ugly vampire again. How dare he make threats after what he did to Jake? I don't know what voodoo vampire powers he put on Jake.
My lady, take a deep breath.
I'm sorry. I was just so nervous and scared.
It's completely understandable. but staying here any longer would be unsafe. Let us go to my mansion first.
The midnight wind blew, and I tucked my coat closer to my body. It has been several minutes of walking in complete silence, but unlike before, I don't feel scared anymore. Maybe because Magnus is right behind me, and it reminded me of the days he was still my bodyguard. I feel very safe.
We're here.
Magnus's deep voice broke the silence. I didn't realize we were in front of his mansion. We walked the rest of the distance until we reached the front door.
I apologize. My mansion is still in disarray.
It felt like my heart was in my throat as I stepped inside. Magnus's lobby is a complete wreck. It was clearly the aftermath of the fight between Magnus and Leonard months ago. Oh my gosh, I knew from memory that the fight was sorcery?
I believe Jake has been cursed.
Cursed?
I am certain it is sorcery, but what kind? That is the question. I can help you identify what kind of magic hit him, but you must bring me to Jake.
Do you really need to go see him? Jake wouldn't be doing a happy dance seeing you. He doesn't even know I'm here.
I know, but I need even a slight physical contact with Jake. Just a light tap on his wrist is enough for me to see something that will help.
Okay, we'll go see him, but we need to be there right after he takes his medicines. He'll be asleep by then. I'll just send a message to his parents to tell them I'll take over watch. Okay, sent.
My
Well,
lady,
how are you?
Please,
You
go
first.
ahead.
My car ran out of gas. Do you think we can get gasoline somewhere?
Don't worry, we'll use my car. I will arrange for someone to take care of yours. May I have your keys, my lady?
Oh, that would be awesome. Here are my keys.
Although my mansion isn't prepared for a guest, please make yourself comfortable and rest as I make preparations. We leave in a few hours.
Okay, first, I'll go and check on Jake. I'll give you a signal once I make sure he's sleeping. Then, do your vampire checkup thingy as quick as possible. Then we're out of there. Our plan is to be as quick as possible. Got it?
Got it.
Jake? The medicine makes Jake super sleepy. He'll wake up in a few hours, but we still need to be quick, just in case. Magnus, are you okay? What just happened?
Jake, his life is in grave danger.
What? How? What did you see?
It is much more serious than I had anticipated. This is the work of something else, a force understood by only a select few, and I'm not among them. I must return to the Coven.
But aren't you in exile because of me? Going back there would be like waltzing into a fire. I don't want you getting hurt because of me again.
I've known them since I was a child. I might still have a couple of friends left.
maybe there's another way.
There is no other way. Jake's life is in danger. We should not waste any more time arguing about this. Believe me when I say I'll be all right.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Fine, go if you must. But on one condition, you have to update me regularly. Let me know whatever is happening, all the details. Understood?
Loud and clear, madam.
I'm dead serious, Magnus. You have to be careful.
Of course, Jake's life is at stake. I'll do my best to look for a solution. I need to go.
Thank you, Magnus. I owe you again, big time. Let me walk you out.
Oh, thank God you're finally up. Your snoring has been torturing my ears for the past 2 hours.
Jake, am I seeing what I'm seeing? You're knitting?
Yep. Mom left this stuff here, so I thought I'd make you a scarf. You know, a token of my gratitude for being the prettiest and most caring girlfriend ever.
Wow, thanks for the grand gesture, Grandpa. But at the rate you're going, it'll be summer before that thing is ready. He burst out laughing. Then he leaned closer and kissed me on the forehead, which instantly warmed my heart. I feel so much relief seeing him look energetic and just being his normal self.
I missed you. What time did you get here, by the way?
I got here this morning while you were asleep. How are you feeling? Honest answers only, please. He puffed his chest out.
Stronger than a lion who just drank a protein shake diet. I could probably bench press this bed. Watch me.
To my surprise, he suddenly jumped off the bed and tried to lift it. The sight of his IV line almost bursting out of his skin gave me a mini heart attack. Don't even think about it, mister. Go back to bed right now.
Relax, I'm just messing with you because you look cuter when you're mad. So, did anyone bother to visit me while I was in dreamland this morning?
What made you think that someone would visit you with that rotten personality of yours?
I was actually expecting superstar Sasha to come and serenade me, or some supernatural creature to check up on me for the most random reasons.
My heart went to my throat. That silly brain of yours is the reason why you don't have many friends. Jake didn't answer and just smiled as he placed the knitting stuff by his side. Then he looked out the window.
I can't believe I'm stuck in here while the most beautiful beach sunset is just beyond my reach. What a bummer.
But you're still sick.
The doctor said that I'm allowed to do minor walks. Come on, babe. I'm dying of boredom here.
Okay, let's go see the sunset then.
Best girlfriend ever.
Maybe he didn't mean anything by what he just said, right?
There's nothing more relaxing than spending a lazy day at the beach. I miss this. You have a V right here. You need to stop frowning and worrying, or else it will turn into a W.
Let them turn into a whole freaking alphabet. I don't care. I just need you to be okay.
I am fine. Anyway, I had an interesting dream this morning.
How interesting.
Very interesting. You remember the vampire who got us both into trouble last time? What was his name? Magnet? Matthew? Magnus. He visited me and held my hand and told me that he likes me. Weird, right? But when I was sleeping, he suddenly snatched you away from me and married you while I was rotting here in the hospital. But what really broke my heart is the fact that you were actually doing something behind my back.
So he was indeed pretending to be asleep this morning. I took a deep breath and started fidgeting my fingers nervously. That's a weird dream.
Tell me about it.
Okay, fine. You got me. I'll tell you. How much did you hear?
Why did you have to connect with that vampire again?
Jake, we need any help we can get. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I need to do something.
I thought you would never associate yourself with those dangerous creatures again. I did everything to save you, and now you're going back into trouble. You're a stubborn little munchkin, aren't you?
Because we need his help. Thankfully, he's willing to lend a hand.
I'm gonna be fine, Marion. I'm being treated in a freaking VIP hospital. We can do our own investigation if there really is something wrong with my body. We don't need anyone else.
I know that deep down, you also believe that what's happening to you isn't normal. I mean, organs aging rapidly? What kind of a condition is that? And your health might get worse before you can even start investigating.
My condition isn't even diagnosed clearly. You went ahead chasing that vampire when nothing is certain yet. What if something happened to you because of your recklessness? Stop being stubborn.
You did the same thing for me months ago. You saved my life by risking yours. Why can't I do the same thing for you? We both know that something is not right with you, and it had been for months after that day. You chose to ignore it, but every time I saw you get more tired with each passing day, every clumsy fall you tried to cover up, it breaks my heart. I try to let myself believe nothing is wrong, that you're okay, but you're not. I've been in contact with the doctors, and they confirmed this morning that your condition seemed to be progressing faster than they thought. You are rotting from the inside. And I'm scared, Jake. I'm scared it'll be too late. I don't want to regret not doing anything. Be angry with me if that's what you want, but we need Magnus's help right now. There are too many things in this world we don't know yet, and it hit you. Whatever it is, it's eating your life away. Do you think I will watch you wither away just like that? My eyes are filled with so many tears that I can't properly see Jake's expression. But then he sighs and gently pulls me into his arms. Emotions overwhelm me again, and I hugged him tight as I cried harder. All the anxiety and sadness, seeing him suffer, the guilt for the troubles I brought upon Jake and Magnus poured out in the form of huge sobs and tears. Jake just held me close, comforting me as I cried.
Hush now, my heart aches seeing you cry. I get it. I'm sorry for raising my voice. I get where you're coming from, but I won't be able to take it if something happens to you. I'd rather rot from the inside and die than see you in danger again. You do know that I'm just worried about your safety, right?
My sobs subsided, but I still couldn't talk, so I just nodded my head.
You're not letting this go, right? Investigating my condition with Magnus and possibly doing reckless things again?
I nodded my head again.
Oh man, my stubborn girlfriend.
We'll do our best to find solutions.
I know you will, but I have a condition. You need to bring the best guards you have, and someone that isn't as devastatingly handsome as your previous bodyguard.
Fine. I'll take Valdi and Vroni with me. Happy?
Valdi and Vroni? Deal.
Look at you go. You're so mean.
You know what? I love feeling the ocean breeze on my face. Just looking at the sunset by the beach is the best. And it's even better now that you're here by my side.
I couldn't help but blush at his words. Ever since you got hospitalized, you have become such a sappy baby.
Is it a bad thing?
No, it's actually cute. I watched as he stared off into the distance, the sun reflecting in his green eyes, mixing into a beautiful shade of red. I couldn't help but admire him. He was ruggedly handsome, and I really loved his carefree, devil-may-care attitude. Being with him was like escaping from the constant scrutiny that came with having a politician for a father. With him, I could just be myself. He suddenly turned to look at me.
If you want a kiss, just say so.
I gasped and blushed like a tomato. What? I do not. Jake grinned. His eyes still had that beautiful reflection of the
Hey everyone. I wanted to take a moment to speak directly to you, from my heart to yours. From the very beginning, we've been on this incredible journey together. You've laughed with us, cried with us, and held your breath through every twist and turn. And your support has been the heartbeat of our story, inspiring us to push boundaries and create something truly special. Our goal has always been to bring you the best possible story, to craft a world where characters like Magnus and Jake come to life in ways that resonate with you. We've poured our hearts into every episode, striving to make each one better than the last. But as our story grows, so do the challenges we face. Producing this series has become more demanding and expensive than ever before. Every scene, every moment you see, requires immense effort and resources from our dedicated team of around 50 talented people who give their all to make this show something we're proud to share with you. We want to continue growing, to take our story to new heights. But right now, we're feeling limited. YouTube has been our home and has allowed us to connect with you, but it's also holding our growth back. Because we're focusing so much on making this series the best it can be, we're creating fewer of our other videos, the ones that usually help keep our channel thriving. This shift has caused our YouTube revenue to go down. You see, on YouTube, revenue often depends on the quantity of content and how frequently it's posted. By dedicating so much time and resources to this series, we haven't been able to produce as many videos as we used to. Fewer videos means fewer views, and unfortunately, less support coming in to help us keep creating. That's why we need your help. This is urgent. If you want to help this series survive and continue to grow, we need your voices now. With millions of amazing fans like you, imagine the impact we can make together. Please, take a moment today to go on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, wherever you connect, and tag @Netflix and use the hashtag #BringMSA to Netflix. Let them know that you want to see Magnus, Jake, and our entire story on Netflix. Share with them why this show means so much to you. Talk about your favorite moments, the characters who inspire you, or how a story has touched your heart. Your support can make a real difference. By moving to a platform like Netflix, we can overcome the limitations we're facing on YouTube. We could bring you longer episodes, higher production quality, and the epic storytelling we've always dreamed of delivering. Together, we can ensure that our journey doesn't just continue, but reaches new heights. We have so many exciting plans in store, epic adventures, deeper stories, and moments that will stay with you long after the screen fades to black. But without your help, we might not be able to bring those stories to life. Thank you for being more than just viewers. You are a vital part of our story. We've come this far together, and with your support, we can keep creating the episodes you love and share our epic tale with the world. Let's make this happen, together. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my second time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher? Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid. And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're, super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day, while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her. Hi everyone, I'm Billie. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. Welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day,
They tried to calm me because I was so scared. Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here. She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more.
Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey.
Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I had been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steel. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steel. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow, took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there...
First few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it,
I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them. So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families. I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families? Of course, I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation. You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle. I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person. I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy. It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here. So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food? I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great cop.
I now declare you divorced.
I know what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because... Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. And make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him. And I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was. What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets? I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one low-cal lobster, please? Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second. Oops, guess we ran out of those. Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it. It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart. Do you have seafood today? Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it. By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge. Daddy, here I come. Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses? Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out. And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
What?
Well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees. Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily. Nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. What a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad. They never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day, so that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
Silent moonlight above, heartbeats, whisper of love, nights a blanket so still, stars are bending to will.
party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily. Are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, 2 shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson, and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got rough for him. But later that day, his kids came in for lunch, and they had prepared holiday gifts for the staff. My gift had a special drawing of me. No one else had one. Oh, thank you. It's lovely. The kids love you, Emily. They keep saying how you treat them like normal kids, not the boss's kids. When she said this, I had a flashback to my own childhood. A lonely, spoiled kid with no real friends. No one treated me like a normal kid when he was around. Just a few days later, when I was working at his house again, Dad came barging into the kitchen furiously. He had discovered that someone had been stealing from his safe.
Count your days, whoever you are. Did you think that a house this big doesn't have security cameras? Once I get the tapes, it's over for you.
OMG, security cameras? My face turned green and I felt nauseous.
What's wrong with you? Don't you dare puke in my kitchen.
I'm kind of sick, sir.
How often do you come to my house?
I've come a few times.
Maybe you stumbled into my study, found something you liked. Answer me!
Excuse me, sir? Stop. Stop grilling this poor girl. She would never do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I've asked her to grab me things from my room 1,000,000 times, and she never touched any jewelry or clothes. So if she wanted to steal, she would have stolen 100 different things by now. Everyone was staring at the 3 of us confused, but not as confused as I was. Nothing that Katie said was true. Why was she defending me?
Katie, these kinds of people don't deserve your kindness. We'll wait for the tapes in the meantime.
These kind of people? It echoed over and over in my head. Ugh, how I wanted to say, your daughter, flesh and blood, Dad. But I held my tongue. I suffered that humiliation. but I never showed up to the restaurant again. I texted Katie that I just couldn't work there anymore. I had stolen enough money, but I wasn't done with my revenge yet. Colin had managed to take photos of receipts in the cook's office, and it was all the proof I needed about Dad's illegal seafood purchases. I could go public and destroy him, and I would enjoy it. But at the same time, whenever I imagined his downfall, I only saw his kids being upset or hurt, and every time they popped up in my head, an image of my broken younger self also popped up. Colin, I want him to suffer badly, but I feel if I go through with this, I'll be putting his family through what Mom and I went through, and I would feel guilty forever. I don't know what to do.
Baby, just by considering their feelings and future, you are already 100 times better than your dad. It's your decision. Do what feels most right to you.
And after much consideration, I decided to put the matter into someone else's hands. I asked Katie to meet me at a diner that night. Hello, Emma. Uh-oh, that's a bad start. I figured out your identity shortly after hiring you, and I wondered why you had chose to work for us. Now I know. You stole that money from us to get back at your dad. But don't worry, I destroyed the tapes. But then, why did you defend me? Emma, once I figured out who you were, I dug into his history and found out everything about you and your mom. Your dad is a jerk. He deserves this. Why are you with him then? For the money? You deserve so much better. The kids deserve so much better. I don't care about the money, but I don't want my children to go through what you guys went through. I want to wait until they're older before getting a divorce. He is a mean husband and partner, but I can't deny that he is a great dad to the kids. I understand, but in case you change your mind, take this. Do as you please with this information. Katie's eyes grew wide as she realized I'd handed her proof against Dad. I didn't know about this. Thanks, Emma. A few months later, I saw on the news that Dad was in prison and his restaurant license had been taken away because he was importing illegal food. And the same day, I got a text message from Katie. Thanks again, Emma. I needed it.
Do you have any idea why your hair turned white and your eyes changed color? People wish they could live forever, but when you live that long, you witness a lot of terrible things, and I've seen enough.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply. But I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fats still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
so were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Give me it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair, so no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town, and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab, but then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my god. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. if you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine, it's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need. And I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind. Oh my god, that was amazing! I feel so alive! Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf!
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo?
Oh yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man, can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork. And he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're kind of... I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today, you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh God, I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
He's literally staring at us.
I think he's sleepwalking. I used to do that. I'm not sleepwalking.
Are you? Me? From the future?
No.
And that's older Jen.
This is just a dream, Milo. You'll wake up from it soon.
Well, that's disappointing. For a minute, I got excited thinking you'd come from the future to tell me time travel is possible, and Jen and I ended up together.
It's not. And we didn't.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Can I grab those cookies? Thanks.
And then, young Milo just walked away. Oh my God, what just happened? Do you have any memory of this encounter since you met your future self in your past?
I hadn't thought about this in years. But yeah, now I remember having this weird, vivid dream as a teenager about meeting our future selves. I thought that's all it was. A dream. This is insanely cool.
Also, let me get this straight. 17-year-old you wanted us to end up together? Milo's face flushed.
I thought you always knew I liked you, but deliberately ignored it. So I assumed you just wanted to be friends.
I suspected it sometimes, but you never said or did anything.
There was never a good time.
We only saw each other every day.
You had a crush on someone first, and then there was someone else, and then there was Alex.
Alex was the first serious relationship. The rest were just crushes, Milo. I may have even lied about one of them to get some reaction out of you.
Wait, hold on. Back up. So that means you liked me too?
Maybe. Okay, yes. There were times when I thought we could be more than friends, but you were always so inexpressive and in your head. I never knew what you really wanted.
So this is my fault?
Looks like it. Also, is this why you disappeared from my wedding?
I really was making groundbreaking progress on my time travel work. I was totally consumed by it and didn't need any distractions. But yeah, I thought seeing you actually walk down the aisle with that dumb jock would be a bit hard.
Maybe if you said something, it would have turned out differently. Things with Alex weren't always perfect, even when it looked like they were. But I guess this is how it was meant to be. You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call it a night. The next morning, we decided just to focus on what we had to do that night to make sure the scientists' vaccine experiment didn't get messed up. Can't we go to the lab earlier today and remove the equipment so I never bump into it?
That place is guarded at all times. The only opportunity we have is what our younger selves have discovered all those years ago. There's a half-hour gap between guards changing shifts at night.
Which is also the time our younger selves will be breaking in, and we can't be seen by them.
Exactly. We can only follow them carefully and actually prevent the accident from happening at the time it happens. When you bump into the equipment, there's a 3-second window between the liquid falling from the vial and going into the beaker. We have to be hiding behind that counter already so we can stop that. I've tried it a few times, but I can never do it fast enough.
When you have 3 kids, you have superhuman reflexes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. It felt surreal as we hid in the bushes outside the warehouse, observing young Jen and Milo ahead of us, and we waited for 5 minutes before we climbed through the window they used to get in. Milo, I'm stuck. Push the window up a bit more.
It seems to be jammed. How are you stuck? I just came through this too.
I guess my butt is just bigger than yours, isn't it? Just do something. Milo pulled hard at my arms, and I finally got through and landed on him with a soft thud. We waited breathlessly for a few seconds to see if someone had heard us, then went down the passageways that led to the lab. We slipped in quietly behind young Milo and Jen, then crouched on the floor and crawled over behind the counter. What the heck is going on in this place?
I don't know, half of this stuff has biohazard signs on it. I really think we shouldn't have come here. I told you so.
Shut up.
It's gonna happen in 10 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We counted down the seconds, my heart pounding in my ears, and the second we heard young Jen crash into the equipment, I leapt up, reached for the beaker, and pulled it away just before the liquid from the vial fell into it. And I felt a strange ripple in the air, like something major had changed.
Hey, are you okay? Look, we gotta get out of here before someone finds us.
As the two ran out, Milo and I slowly got up, my hands still shaking as they were clutching onto the beaker. I actually did it!
Oh my god, Jen. We've just averted a huge future catastrophe. Now, let's get out of here before we cause another one.
We ran out the way we'd come, climbed out the window, and saw young Jen and Milo sneaking off ahead of us. We decided to take a breath and give them a head start. But just a few minutes later, several black cars came at full speed and halted in front of the warehouse. Milo and I quickly ducked behind a bush. And then I saw something which made my heart drop. As the car doors opened, several people in lab coats and black suits stepped out, and one of them was my mom. Without even realizing, I let out a loud cry, and Milo clamped a hand over my mouth. Mom looked around sharply, and for a second, I thought she was staring right at me.
Did someone else hear that?
No. What did you hear, ma'am?
Just a strange sound. Maybe it was an animal.
As she was about to walk into the building, she suddenly turned to a bodyguard.
Search the premises to make sure we don't have any unwanted visitors. And if you find someone, you know what to do.
As the men started spreading out, Milo quietly dragged me backwards towards the fence. He lifted a plank to let us through, and then we ran as fast as we could. Milo, stop. I can't breathe. My mother. She's somehow a part of this horrible virus project? Did you know she was involved?
I swear I didn't. The last few times I went into the lab, I escaped before these cars got here. It's my first time seeing her too.
This is ridiculous. My mom was known for the best freaking apple pies in this town. That's what she was known for. How can that cold, scary person be my mom? How could she be part of creating a weapon?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
Milo hugged me tight as I sobbed into his chest. I want to go home, to my present. Can we just go now?
Yeah, I just need to get my briefcase from my house. Then we're going home.
I was still in shock as we made it back to Milo's. He told me to wait in the garden while he got his briefcase. But moments later, I saw young Jen and Milo come out of the house, and I immediately hid. I saw them walking down the driveway, but then suddenly, he took my arm.
Jennifer, there's something I need to say to you.
You never call me Jennifer. This sounds serious.
It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is, but it's not that big a deal. Like, either way, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm cool. You get me?
Are you having a stroke?
No, I'm trying to say something here, okay? And I have to do it tonight or I'll lose courage and never say it.
I didn't remember having this conversation with Milo before, and suddenly, I felt that weird ripple in the air that I'd felt in the lab, like something big was changing. You know you can say anything to me. I'm your best friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the thing, actually. How long have we known each other now? 4 years, I guess. So in that time, the thing is, Jennifer, I have to confess that
What the heck?
I think I'm in...
And suddenly, I desperately started making sounds like a crow. Oh God, what is that? Sounds like a
weird.
It doesn't sound like a bird from this planet.
The car is ready to drop Miss Jennifer home, sir.
I gotta go. It's late. Let me know if you find that poor, tortured creature. Young Jen left in the car, and young Milo stood there looking after her, then went back to the house with his head hanging. And I was still reeling with shock when I heard Milo behind me.
Hey, we're good to go.
I turned around and pounced on him. What did you do?
What? Why are you attacking me?
What did you do?
Ow! Get off of me and stop pulling my hair! What is the matter with you?
You did something, Milo. I know you did. I don't remember you ever coming close to telling me that you were in love with me. So why did I just witness your younger version about to say that to my younger version?
Oh, God, I didn't know he'd do it here and you'd see it.
Tell me what you did!
All right. Remember how last night you were blaming me for never having the courage to say anything? And you have been saying you have a mundane life and you wish things could have been different? So, yesterday when you went to bed, I slipped into Milo's room. I used to write notes to myself as reminders all the time, so I left a note saying that I had to tell you how I felt tonight. I just tried giving my younger self a little push, that's all.
That's all? Are you kidding me? You tried to change a major event, Milo. After all the rules of time travel and your lectures not to change a thing, you actually tried to change our destiny?
I thought that's what you wanted.
That's not what I want now. You should have said something in the past.
That's exactly what I was doing. Why are women so confusing?
No. If your past self had just told my past self how you felt, and if after that I'd decided to break up with Alex, it would have changed the rest of my timeline forever. So when I return to my present, it wouldn't even be the same present.
Would that be so bad? I thought we missed our chance and I could fix it. And it's not like things with Alex turned out great.
I have kids with Alex, and they are the best thing that ever happened to me. If Alex and I never ended up together, I would never have my kids. You almost erased them from existence.
Okay, listen. I know that sounds bad, but if the timeline changed, you would have no memory of your kids in your present. You wouldn't even have ever met them. It would all be different.
And that very thought is making me sick to the stomach. In this moment, I know they exist, and they mean everything to me, and I would choose the same life over and over again just because I got to have them. And you nearly destroyed all of that, and I will never, ever forgive you for this. Take me back home, now.
Jen, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through.
Don't talk to me. I can't even look at you. When we made it back to the present, Milo just said,
"I'm sorry,"
and disappeared into the night, and my heart felt heavy with anger and knowing I'd probably never see him again. I hugged my kids extra tight when I met them, and over the next few days, we all watched news of the xenovirus virus spreading like wildfire. But the government reassured the public that a vaccine would be made available as soon as the following week, and I breathed a sigh of relief knowing we'd all be safe. And soon after, I took a trip to see my dad. He had become a recluse over the years, and I'd kind of resented him because I always felt he knew the truth about why Mom left and kept it from me. Dad, don't ask me how, but I know Mom was involved in a shady government project related to the xenovirus virus. I deserve some answers. So if you know more about it, please just tell me now. And finally, he did.
I knew your mother was a government official, but her work was always confidential. The night she left us, she told me that she was part of an illegal project involving the creation of a virus as biological warfare, which had been shut down, and everyone involved in it was considered a criminal. So, she had to go on the run and leave the country immediately. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't want you to think she was a monster. Honestly, I haven't heard a word from her since.
I'm really sorry you had to carry that burden alone. I wish you'd told me.
Now, I wish I had too, and we wouldn't have drifted apart.
We can still fix that, Dad. The truth about Mom was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to have some closure, and I got close to Dad again. I even felt more at peace with my decision to divorce Alex. Well, sort of. You know, Alex, I really am sorry that you didn't get to live your football dream. I know it meant everything to you.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it was really hard. Ow! Why did you just kick me?
That's for cheating on me. Don't even deny it. I know you did.
What? When?
Think long and hard, Alex. It'll come back to you. And try to be a better man now. And seeing my younger self just made me think about the dreams I once had. I decided to apply for PhD programs again. And yeah, it was hard studying while juggling the mom gig, but I was happier than I'd been in years. My anger at Milo faded as months passed by, and I wanted to talk, but I had no way to track him down. But then, as fate would have it, I was running after a bus one day when I bumped straight into him. Literally bumped into him.
Ow! Please don't punch me! I'm already hurting. What, is your skull made of iron?
It's not like I bumped into a feather pillow, and you made me miss my bus.
I don't think you were gonna catch that anyway. Any chance we can get coffee and talk?
Sure, but not this cafe. I'm banned from here.
Look, just let me say my piece first, okay? What I did was beyond stupid. It was so reckless even trying to alter our timelines, and no one knows that better than me. There wasn't even any guarantee that you'd have broken up with Alex and ended up with me, or that we would have lasted in a relationship. Maybe I would have never continued working on time travel, and then we'd have never gone back to fix the vaccine. I can't even fathom the repercussions of such an action. I guess I was just really curious about the what if. But I'm so glad you stopped it in time. I know it's a lot to ask for, but is there any chance we can agree that I was a complete moron and you can forgive me one day?
I'm curious about the what ifs too. And I did sound like I wanted a different life, but I've realized that maybe everything that happened, however it happened, had the best possible outcomes for all of us. I want to believe that. And I guess we were supposed to meet again now after all these years. So why don't we just pick it up from here?
Hi, I'm Milo, a whack job scientist and time traveler. I'm emotionally stunted, but I'm working on it.
Hello, I'm Jen, mom of 3, science teacher and PhD student, also taking therapy for anger management.
Cool.
My sister Tito and I were playing in the playground when a boy called my name. Hey, Dami, you act so tough. Let's see if you can climb this tree before me. Bet you can't. Oh yeah? I am Dami, the Nigerian nightmare. Watch me. Yeah, come on, Dami. Show him what you got. But if she climbs before you, you owe $5. Got it? Deal. I got to the top within a minute, but right then, Mom appeared out of nowhere, and she had seen my stunt, and she looked furious. Oh my God, what are you doing, Dami? Are you out of your mind? Get down at once. Well, I tried to come down, but got stuck on a branch and ended up falling on Mom. Tito had a good laugh and collected the bet money from the boy. But the moment Mom turned to her, she made that innocent face of hers and then winked at me to stay quiet. Oh, I wish you could be like Tito. She is so perfect. Yep, perfect she was. In fooling Mom, Tito was obsessed with making money. She'd make bets, date rich guys, and one time even sold Mom's earrings without telling her just because she needed to buy the latest iPhone. But I never ratted my sister out because we were inseparable. She was my confidant and I was hers. Hi, my name is Dami, and I am from Nigeria. Please like and subscribe. Ever since my sister Tito and I were kids, people always said how different we were from each other. While she looked like a Barbie, I may have looked like G.I. Joe. Her hair was so shiny that people on the streets begged to touch it. Mine looked like a bird's nest, and at times I could barely comb it. However, the most important difference, according to Mom, was that Tito was perfect and I wasn't. My Tito would be the perfect bride. Any man to marry her would be so lucky. A rich one. Mom, I want a rich one, please. Let's see if we can find a rich one for you. But Dami, I don't know how I'll get you out of the house. With all your hobbies like a boy, Dami, no girl climbs trees, fights, and definitely doesn't have short hair. You need to behave like a proper lady so some guy will fall in love with you and marry you. Yuck. Marry boys? Mom would always be talking about these things, but thank God Dad was different. He loved Tito and I equally and gave us the freedom to be ourselves. Don't worry about Dami. No boy will be choosing her. She will be the one to choose a boy for herself. One time when I was 12 and Tito was 15, we were walking home from school together. On our way, a really cute guy bumped into Tito, and the two started talking as if they had known each other forever. It was so boring, standing on the side being Tito's sidekick while the guy asked for her number and complimented on how pretty she was. Just then, I saw a crowd excitedly watching something on a TV at a storefront. When I joined them, I saw they were cheering for two girls in a boxing match. Who knew girls could box? Fascinating. When we reached home, Mom kept asking why we were so late, but all I could think about was the boxing match. That night, I watched tons of videos about women's boxing, and in a few days, I was practicing around the house. And it really drove Mom mad. She hated the idea of women being boxers and forbade me to even think about it. No daughter of mine is going to be a boxer. Got it? Fine. She could stop me from pursuing boxing as a profession, but she couldn't stop me from practicing at home. But one time, when I broke a vase that had my great-grandma's ashes, Mom gave up. Oh my God, just take her to some boxing academy. Please don't practice at home. Ever again. Yippee! Dad and I were ecstatic. Dad got me into a boxing academy, but since I was the only girl in that place, boys weren't keen on letting me practice in peace. As if it would scare me off. One time as I entered the gym room, I saw some boys practicing boxing on the punching bag. When I asked for a turn, they just laughed at me. Oh, little girl, your fragile fingers will hurt. Leave this to the boys. Why? Are you scared I'm gonna do better than you? I guess if I were you, I'd be scared too, little boy. The boy looked pissed, but moved aside to let me practice on the punching bag. It was my chance to show them what I had. I totally destroyed the punching bag. After that day, no one ever called me a little girl. I had been in the academy for just over 6 months when my dad got an amazing job in the city. Now my academy was just a 2-minute walk away from my new home. We were all so happy about living in the big city. We had heard so much about it, and I was excited to live in it. Tito was excited for a different reason. I love the city. Did you notice how rich the guys are here? I am sure I'll find a rich guy, make him fall in love with me, marry him, and live my best life. God, Tito, can you think of anything other than boys and getting married? Why not focus on studies? With the grades you are getting, how will you finish high school? I don't need to finish high school when I have a rich husband, duh. We had only been in the city for 6 months when I got some surprising news. Tito was getting married. Tito's boyfriend, Econ, was the son of one of the richest men in town. He and Tito looked totally in love. Well, Tito a little more than him. I wasn't a fan of Econ because he was going to take my sister away from me, but seeing Tito over the moon made me happy. Soon my house was swarmed with wedding activities. Just a day before Tito's wedding, I was so fed up and went to a local restaurant to get some air. When I walked in, I saw Tito's boyfriend and I decided to say hello. As I got closer, a girl passed me by and hugged Econ. And then they both kissed. What the heck? This dude was cheating on my sister. I so wanted to punch him, but the moment he saw me, he smirked. The audacity. Gonna tell your sister I'm cheating on her? Yes, and she is so gonna dump your sorry butt, you cheater. Oh, please. Your sister is so in love with me, she won't believe you. Get used to it. We are going to be in-laws, at least temporarily. I just need to marry a girl of my dad's choice to access my trust fund, and then I'll be free. You know, I can pay you for keeping your mouth shut for a while. I saw red hearing his words and gave him a much-deserved punch before leaving. At home, I tried to tell Tito the truth, but she didn't believe me and told me to keep my mouth shut. One word and I swear I'm gonna stop you from becoming a stupid boxer. Got it? You know how much she adores me. She'll listen to me. But Tito, zip it, Dami, and let me get my beauty sleep. Ugh! I went to my room and I was so mad Tito was acting like a fool. The next day, Tito was dressed in all white, and as she started to say her vows, I just couldn't keep my calm and stood up. This marriage is a scam. He has a girlfriend and he is marrying my sister just to access his trust funds. Tito, this worm is cheating on you. Dami, stop it. Shut up, you have no proof. Yeah, I have. That black eye I gave you yesterday, but I think you need another one too. Before I could get a hold of Econ, he turned and ended up falling into the huge wedding cake. The wedding was a mess. Tito crying, Mom screaming, Dad angry, and all the guests running out of the hall. But at least my sister dodged the bullet that was her cheating groom-to-be. I knew Tito was upset, and I needed to talk to her, but just as I went to her room, she pushed me out. You ruined everything. You ruined my big day. I hate you, Dami. I'll hate you forever. At home, I thought Mom would blow up, but to my surprise, for the first time in forever, she hugged me and thanked me for saving Tito from that cheating jerk. But Tito is so angry at me, Mom. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Give her some time. Days passed, but Tito wasn't ready to forgive me. Every time she'd see my face, she'd walk in the opposite direction. It was like she hated me with every fiber of her being. I had to ignore her, so I focused hard on my dream, and one day, I saw a poster for a boxing tryout. The winner had the opportunity to represent the country in an annual global competition. I submitted the form and got a positive reply. I was ecstatic. But on the day of the tryouts, something unbelievable happened. I woke up to the sound of my mom crying like a banshee, and then she fainted. I had no idea what had happened, but when I saw a picture of Tito on her phone with that cheating jerk Econ, I knew what had happened. Tito had run away and married that butthead. By the time Mom was conscious, I knew the bus for the tryouts had already left. My chance had been blown. I was sad for days, for both missing the tryouts and the fact that Tito got married to that cheat. Wow, life was a topsy-turvy ride, but I pulled myself together and applied again the next year. Like before, I got selected and represented my country on a huge platform, and in the end, returned home with a gold medal. You have made us so proud. I always thought Tito will. Mom, come on, cheer up. She is happy wherever she is. There was no stopping me. I won many championships and even started coaching young girls in the academy. But one time when I returned home, nothing in the world could prepare me for what I was about to witness. Tito had returned with a baby. So he left you, didn't he? Huh? Of course he didn't. I'm here to visit Mom and Dad. Just shut up and mind your own business. Well, Mom and Dad patched up with Tito, but her visit was just extending. It had been 2 weeks and she hadn't left. I knew that good-for-nothing husband of hers had dumped her. One night, as I woke up to get some water, I heard the baby crying in Tito's room. I peeked inside, and Tito wasn't there, so I picked up the baby and took her to my room. Gosh, my niece was a miracle from above. I had never seen a baby as beautiful as her. We instantly bonded, and in no time she was asleep in my arms. When I went to put her back, I was shocked to see Tito counting money. But the moment she noticed me, she hid her hands behind her back. What do you think you are doing? How dare you touch my baby? She was crying. And that money, where did you get it from? Huh? It's mine. I'm married to a super rich guy, remember? Give me my baby and stay away from my child. I don't want her turning into a Hulk like you. Look at yourself. There's nothing girly about you anymore. Tito, tell me, are you in some kind of trouble? I can help you. Shut up. I don't need your help. I'll never need your help. Get out of my room now. Something was sure fishy with Tito. I knew my sister too well, even when she was being a jerk to me. So the next day when she left the house with her baby, I followed her. She kept walking and finally stopped near the seaside. What was she up to? As I was lost in my thoughts, I saw her husband. The moment Tito saw him, she threw money in his face. But instead of being angry, the jerk smirked. Here's the money you asked for. I can't believe I had to steal from my mom and dad because of you. Just leave me alone now. Don't ask for my daughter's custody. We are done with you. Just as I thought, that cheat was blackmailing Tito. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now that my trust fund is empty, I am glad I got you to bring in some cash. That sister of yours is making quite the money. On second thought, I'll hold on to my baby girl. Having her with me guarantees my supply of money. All of a sudden, he started to run, and that's when Tito let out a scream. Instantly, I lunged and grabbed him by the collar, and Tito came in time to take the baby safely away. I always knew you were trash. This was long overdue. Saying that, I gave the jerk a much-deserved black eye. Once Ecom was taken away by the cops for blackmailing Tito for money, my sister came running to me with my beautiful niece in her arms. Dami, how did you know? I followed you. You looked worried. I had to find out. I'm so sorry, Dami. So sorry for being a jerk, for not listening to you, For not admitting that I made the most foolish mistake ever by trusting Econ. For... Can you forgive me, Dami, please? Tito, shh. The baby is asleep. Look, I might not be able to forgive you right away, but I promise I'll always have your back and will always, always love my niece. Dami, and I promise I will wait for you to completely forgive me. Strong people like you will always find it in their hearts to forgive others, but they don't forget, so they won't be hurt again.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself. "Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine." I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me." She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me. "Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us." "Oh my God, you're so sweet." "You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole." What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself. "Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you." Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month. So what? I paid for it. He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." "Olivia." "No!" But I didn't even say anything. Whatever. Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops. I'm sorry. It slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here? Susie? What are you doing here? You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No.
Clothes. Who do you think I am? A thief?
Yeah.
Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you. I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes, except Mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy, she barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, Mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom, shh, she's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But Mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy? You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom? You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy? And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that? With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days, and after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine, but then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year, and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school, and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to see me off, but by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray, it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy, and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint. You just dropped at my feet. Right. I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today, I just have a broken sock bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth, but I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here unannounced and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great! It sucks! Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible, so I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Matt, I mean Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction, feeling totally embarrassed. And minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered, and seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life, but one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.